Welcome to Yes Please, the now resurrected show about the little things that happen between Check Please, where we get into the deeper, nittier, grittier bits of the world
It's
and
back!
really, chew them up and eat them. Anyway, welcome. I'm Beardy, as always.
Hello.
Joining me this time. Oh, okay. Please, after you.
You always interrupt me.
I do. I always interrupt you because I try to introduce people and they jump.
But we're supposed to be able to introduce ourselves, my friend. My name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman, sad boy, wizard, genius extraordinaire, who apparently can fucking see through people's souls or some shit. Thanks, Dupree.
Yeah, the young genius investigator.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm Shane, and I play Xander, the mystic of Prenia who can see into people's hearts, and who occasionally vomits up blood and has his guts twisted up in impossible ways.
As you do.
Only sometimes.
Only sometimes, of course.
Hopefully.
It'll be a recurring theme.
Oh, great.
What the fuck?
Zulin's gonna get tired of performing the same surgery over and over again.
Wow.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure he does.
I hate
I can
you.
almost hear him. I can almost hear him right now.
Don't.
Xander. No. Okay.
Don't even try. It's not gonna work.
I won't even. Fine. Perhaps if you could
No.
stop
No. It's not
twisting
working.
your stomach. No, it's not. It's not as good.
No.
I can't do the voice.
That's
I don't
okay.
have the cadence down. But anyway, hello.
Hello.
So this particular episode of Yes Please
Mhm.
is going to be taking place on the evening of March 27th, after everyone else has gone to bed. We find ourselves on the second floor of your new offices. So, who wishes to begin?
Yes, I would like to begin. So, Louie, after pacing in his room several times of giving up from writing for the evening, exits his room and sort of just stands in the hallway for a moment and then walks over to the piano in the second floor. And with both his hands, mostly his left, he starts a very gentle playing on the piano. It's not hitting the keys hard, so it wouldn't be very booming, but there's soft little plinks of notes coming. It's a very slow song, and the right hand cannot seem to play at the same tempo as the left hand, but nonetheless, there is music being played.
Lovely. So you do that. Play some music at the tempo that you are able. And the upper floor of the offices are filled with a simple song that I'm sure people might not completely appreciate, being that folks are probably trying to
Half
sleep
of
at this
these
time of
people
night.
don't sleep. You realize that, right?
Oh, yeah? Okay.
So I'm assuming we can hear this, or I can hear this at least.
If you're still up, yes. You could probably hear some faint music coming from the hallway.
Okay. Xander will peer up from his book, listening for a little bit, trying to see if he can identify any particular song that's being played. He'll let it go on for some time. as he just enjoys it.
You'll hear errors from time to time in the notes. And whenever that happens, you hear the music stop for a moment, and the music will go back, like a stanza previous to it, and then it will start over.
Xander will make a mental note that this is Louie playing. Do you think it would be recognizable, by the way, or is it something original?
I think it's original, but it does have Parthy's influence to the note instrumentation, or the choice of the notes to be said.
Okay. Good to know. I think Xander is going to slowly lower his gaze back to his book and continue reading, though he seems to be not really focusing so much on the words, just listening to this melody for a little bit. After maybe about 20 or so minutes, does it still seem like Louie is going strong?
He's definitely still making mistakes as he's playing.
Okay.
But I think after a little while, probably definitely around 20 minutes, he'll end wherever the song ends, and sort of there's that little last two notes that are higher pitch that he plays just gently, but they're so spaced out. It's definitely with his right hand.
Okay.
And then he will close the lid to the piano and stand up.
Once the notes stop, Xander is going to close his book and put it in his pouch, and he is going to head towards the door, where he will slowly move his chair, and then he will unlock it and take a peer into the hallway over here.
Louie jumps when your door opens, but he has a flower near his face on the vase that's in the hallway. And he'll just put the flower back. Good evening.
Good evening, Louie.
I'm sorry if I woke you. That wasn't my intention. I just couldn't sleep, and that was just sort of a old habit, I guess.
There's no need to apologize, Louie. I wasn't sleeping.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
It was pretty.
It's okay. And you see him shift where he moves his right arm kind of behind him, folded. It's just, it's been a while since I've properly played, and, I'm very rusty.
Well, the good thing about rust is that if you have the right materials, you can wash it off. Or if you have magic, I suppose.
Or if you have magic. That is true. But I would rather know how to do something by hand before I resort to magic, to be honest.
That is an interesting and unusual trait, I feel, for a spellcaster.
Well, I'm very new to spell work, so I feel as though forgetting where my roots were as just being a normal guy would be foolish.
So then, does that mean that because you're a spellcaster, you're abnormal, or does that mean that you're special?
Definitely not special.
Okay. Very decisive.
But probably abnormal, just in general, probably.
How so?
And Louie just kind of looks around the other rooms. Can we go downstairs?
Certainly. And he is going to... He's going to reach into his pocket and pull out a slip of paper, and then he is going to wedge it in the door as he closes it and then locks it.
Makes sense.
Louie
Certainly.
smiles.
Xander smiles back.
All right. When I was little and I couldn't sleep, my sis would sneak hot milk for me.
That's very sweet.
She was pretty silly. Or not silly per se, but she was different. Oh, no, that sounds negative. I'm not sure how to describe her. She was my best friend growing up.
Huh. What makes it so difficult to describe her?
And Louis closes his eyes for a moment, perching his chin in between his thumb and his index finger. I feel as though she is so many things to me that using one word to describe her feels inauthentic. She's not just someone special or different. She is the sunshine and the rain. She brings life to everything that she's ever been around. She has the voice of a million songbirds put together that somehow in unison make the perfect harmony. So, one word could never suffice for her.
That's beautiful, Louis. So I take it that she's a performer then, he's going to say as he sits on this desk over here.
Louis shifts for a moment. Yes, I believe I spoke to that we, used to travel for her.
Yes.
She wanted to be the greatest actress in all of Adrian.
Now, that is a lofty goal. It seems that perhaps is true for both of you.
What do you mean?
You seem to be a person who has lofty goals,
Well,
is all I'm saying.
I suppose my goal is very lofty. It might also seem foolish, to say the least.
Foolish why?
I don't know if it's possible.
Well, isn't that the point of a dream?
I would like to think that dreams can be accomplished.
Yes, they can, but I think the wonderful thing about a dream is that in many ways it's realer than life. Oftentimes, if you're not a lucid dreamer, you might not even be aware that you're dreaming in the first place. Things can be grand, things can be wonderful. You subconsciously, without even knowing it, have the power to shape your dreams. But just because you wake up from the dream doesn't mean that it's over, and just because something happens in a dream doesn't mean it's not achievable in real life.
I'll be honest, I don't really dream when I'm asleep. And Louie will move over and sit down on the chair. He sort of uses the backrest of the chair to rest his chest, and he'll prop his two hands on the top of it with his chin on top of them.
I don't believe I dream either. Or maybe I'm dreaming right now.
This is a really shitty dream then.
Why is that?
Because you're just talking to me.
I'm enjoying myself.
Okay. Alright.
Perhaps I should close my eyes, focus really hard, and imagine throwing up some more blood or something like that. Would that perhaps be a more interesting
Xander,
dream?
No.
Hold on. He's going to put
Please.
his hands against his forehead
It's
and
not
then stick
funny.
his hand out. Okay.
That was really scary to see.
The actual events, or the idea that this might be a dream?
The actual events. If this was a dream, I would actually be impressed I could even dream anymore.
Well, like I said, I rarely dream, so I perhaps am not the best person to
I don't
provide
think
advice or speak about dreams.
either of us are then in that case.
Likely.
I was thinking about getting some fresh air, but I didn't know if you would want that.
Fresh air sounds nice to me. Are you not afraid of murderers following us in the dark, being set upon by some other gangs in the city?
I don't think I said anything like that, but if I did, no, that was a lie.
No, you didn't say anything like that. I was just curious.
Alright. I think you were more worried about me being alone before, if anything.
Yes. I was rather concerned about you being alone, and I think that that concern was relatively justified.
Louie tilts his head. Have I
Well,
messed up?
messed up in what
It-
way? I don't.
Is there something that says I was in danger in such a way that I wasn't good enough to protect myself, maybe? I don't...
That's not what I meant, though I am curious now about this wording. Not good enough to protect myself. What does that mean?
I know I'm not the strongest person, but I have been alone for quite a while.
Yes, you have, but in this current situation with the danger on all sides, I imagine that you could be taken unaware, unless perhaps I have forgotten that you are the genius intellect who has the ability to see everything at once. That is what I was missing. Understood.
I really hate that.
I bet you do. But no, I don't think you're not good enough. I just think that time with Valentino turned out all right for you, it seemed. But the next time, I believe someone was alone with someone else without any outside supervision. They had their body cut into and their innards rearranged without their knowledge. So I think that I was justified in saying you may perhaps want to let other people know, though I guess letting other people know doesn't always work out either.
No, it does not. I'm sorry. I got to you as soon as I could. I was not good enough in that instant.
I don't think you need to apologize to me, Louie. You didn't do anything wrong.
I have vomited blood before, and I just thought I would know what to do. But I didn't. I just now have a very bloody half cloak. Half cape. Words.
Well, if you would like, I can reimburse you, since I am the rich one, supposedly.
Oh, no, you don't have to. I don't want your money.
Starting to feel like my money is perhaps cursed or something. You're the second person who's told me this.
Who said that?
Oh, bro. Back before we got to Belmez.
Why were you trying to pay Bastion?
I wasn't trying to pay him necessarily. I just thought that he said that he had always carried around those healing potions. And it didn't seem like you had money. In fact, you had said that you had been robbed. And you had also implied that I was very rich and that I should perhaps pay for you for certain things.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were a noble.
I am not a noble, as I have indicated before.
Yeah, but I'm used to people lying. Like, all the time.
That must be exhausting.
People are exhausting. He nods.
Hmm.
I think you're probably not a noble now. He gives an awkward smile.
Things would probably be much easier if I was a noble.
Why do you say that?
Well, I would just most likely walk around flaunting my connections and power, and I would be like, you, Copper Brotherhood Captain, give me all the information you've been hiding from us. Go fetch us that diviner that you told us was coming tomorrow, and they would just do that.
Yeah, you could probably do that, but I would hope if you were actually a noble, you wouldn't be so predictable.
Didn't you say that all nobles were like that?
They are.
So then, if I was a noble, wouldn't that mean, definitionally, I would have to be like that as well?
I do not like this scenario.
That's fair.
I think just Xander is fine.
What if I only have unjust Xander?
And what does that mean to you?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I cannot answer until I know what unjust Xander means.
I think you've gotten to something very important there, Louie. It's a great observation. He seems to consider this for a few moments.
Louie just
So,
lets him have his thought.
I suppose it would depend on which definition of just we're using, of course, right? There is just as in justice. There is just as in only, nothing more. So when you say just Xander is fine, do you mean that Xander who upholds justice is fine? Do you mean Xander whose decisions are just, which may be slightly different than upholding justice, is fine? Or do you mean Xander being himself is fine? Or, the fourth option, do you mean Xander as he currently is fine and not anything more?
Xander, as he is currently and in the future, however he chooses to be, is fine with me as long as you do not hurt me. Or anyone innocent.
Okay. How do we define innocent? Out of curiosity.
That is a hard one to justify in itself. Because perhaps no one is innocent. We've all done something wrong, correct? But I suppose when I speak of innocence, I think of those who are downtrodden and need help, those who have been wronged in the first place. Because if they were not the one to throw the first stone, then they are probably far more innocent, even if they do lash back out at whatever said opposer was. It's a hard thing to define, and I think the life is filled with a bunch of gray areas that cannot be measured. I don't think life can be measured at all. Or
Xander smiles at that.
perhaps it's measured in too many things that could even be accountable. But I hope with trying to uphold the goal that I have, the dream, I would hope that I would make things better for those who need it. Whatever is good, whatever could be defined as good, even if that itself is very gray, I would like to try.
How very noble of you, Louie.
Ugh.
Or should I not use that word?
Do you have a better one? He looks hopeful.
There is aristocratic, but that's the wrong definition
way.
of noble. I suppose you could say just, appropriate, kind, charitable, compassionate. Louie. It's very you, I feel.
He stands up from his chair. Shall we go for a walk?
Certainly. He will stand up from the desk after you.
Thank you. You know, I'm glad you're feeling alright. It's been a very long day.
It certainly has. But I am feeling great.
Good. And Louie will step out into the night with Xander.
Xander will join him and close the door behind them.
Wonderful. All right. So the two of you make your way out of the office and back into the city of Louisiana proper. It is late night on the 27th of March. Where would you like to go?
I was just gonna walk around. I don't really have a destination. I just can't sleep. Shocker. Sorry, that was an assumption statement. I could not sleep. The shocker part was more for me. I just thought the cold air would be nice.
That makes sense. Then, shall we perhaps, since you're not afraid of gangs and attacks by serial killers and such, shall we take a bit of a dangerous route and scope out the neighborhood? Perhaps do a loop?
We can do a loop.
Excellent.
Are you ever scared?
Am I ever scared? I suppose I would need to ask you to clarify. Do you mean, am I, Xander, ever in the state of being afraid? Do you actually mean, have I ever been scared? Or do you mean something else?
Are you scared of any of the things you noted that we might be worried about in Louisiana?
Define scared for me, Louie, if you wouldn't mind.
I suppose scared can also be, in a way, linked to fear. Now, fear can be taken up with several different reactions, of course. In, I believe, psychology, there are usually 4 reactions described when something causes a fear reaction in someone. There is fighting, which you attack in response, usually in order to defend oneself. Flight, which tends to be running away. Freeze, which is being unable to do anything because your body finds its ability to process said things incapable for the moment, and you are unable to do anything. Or the last one being fawn, where you tend to be sweet on whatever you are afraid of, per se. These are reactions that have been described before in fear, but I suppose also in the factor of talking about being scared. Do you ever feel any of those things towards any of the notions that we've had to deal with? Do you also, in a root way, worry about that, as worry is also linked to many of those things? So do you worry about murderers? Are you afraid of them? Do you think they might hurt you? It's a list of things. It's complex when I ask these questions, I'm sure, but I suppose normally when I ask them, people make their own assumptions of what I am asking, and then they give me the answer that they want to give me, because that is genuinely, or generally more correctly, what mortals do.
I suppose that is the case. I just like to be clear about the rules, I suppose. I feel that grammar and definitions are a sort of system of rules, if you think about that. And so it's important to be clear about which set of rules we are currently dealing with, kind of like dreams and reality or the waking world. So I just wanted to make sure that we were speaking the same language as it. Given your definition, I don't believe I generally exhibit those reactions to stimuli. And that's likely because I'm not generally concerned about my own safety.
Why are you not concerned about your own safety?
That is a good question. I suppose it's a combination of past experience and knowledge, perhaps some foresight, and I generally am not in many situations where I would need to worry about my safety.
I see. I mean, good for you. So, is there anything you are afraid of?
I do have to admit that the concept of fear that you are describing, I am often concerned about things but I feel like perhaps I view things from a slightly different angle than you do. So perhaps it is fear.
Louis
I'm just not processing it as such.
crosses his arms and he tilts his head to the other side. Is this the right angle?
No, I
Or
believe
this one? And he turns his body even more.
Xander's gonna smile a little bit. I believe you need to look down a little
Okay.
bit.
Then what?
You need to close your eyes and reshape the reality around yourself
Oh, that's easy.
to be the same as mine. Okay.
Oh, maybe. I don't know if I can make it yours.
That's all right. It's all right being your reality. But
I do want to understand.
I suppose I feel a deep sympathy for others. And perhaps the answer is simply that I'm not often considering my own feelings or myself as I'm interacting with the world. I am a blind spot to myself, perhaps you could say. And so when I go through situations, I do feel concern, but your definition of fear seems a little bit strange to me because I don't quite have those reactions because I am not really thinking about how they relate to me, if that makes sense.
I see. Well then, if we are talking about you and I ask a question, I suppose when I ask a question I would like to know your definition of the word I am asking, and then we can converse upon what that means after. Perhaps that would be good for understanding one another.
I think that that is a good idea.
And he nods. I wish it was colder. The summer's coming, so...
It is. Though it might be a hotter summer than one might expect.
That's annoying, but I can deal with it. I'll just, I'll try to get thinner clothes, I guess.
You could also use some icy butterflies, I imagine, to keep cool.
I suppose I can, but... And he, in his left hand, just sort of summons a little ice butterfly that sort of grows from crystals, ice crystals from his hand, into one on his palm. Magic sort of feels like having an imaginary friend, to be honest. It's there, and yet it's not. It can be considered a companion in ways, but no one could possibly understand how you feel about it. Not in a real sense. At least that is my experience with magic so far. And he dismisses it.
Xander is just watching Louie very curiously.
Hey, Xander?
Yes, Louie?
And we're walking while we're talking, I assume.
Yeah.
We didn't really finish our conversation from before. From this morning.
That's true.
And I wanted to talk to you about that mark thing.
Oh, sure. Is there anything in particular you wanted to talk about in reference to that?
I can't have it right now.
That is an interesting set of words. Could you elaborate?
So I sort of speak to my mentor every day at around periodic times, which are just check-in points normally. And after our conversation later, he spoke to me, and I brought it up, and he just didn't think it was a good idea right now, if I didn't fully trust you.
I see.
So I think it would be fine, but I trust Jemmons with my life, and he wouldn't lead me astray.
I see. Well, I am glad that you have someone in your life that you trust to such a high degree, though I would just remind you, though I'm sure you know, anyone can lead you astray accidentally, regardless of their knowledge or intentions. But I understand.
Okay. I think one day, if I know I can trust you 100%, maybe then, but I just can't right now.
That is perfectly alright. As I said, it was a gift, and you, of course, have the right to refuse it or delay it, potentially.
He nods.
Though it is a little amusing from my perspective, because probably the least dangerous of the abilities or gifts that I could potentially bestow.
He knows me more than anyone. And I believe that, how to put that? He knows what's happened to me and that I don't. I'm unable to trust a lot of people, but I also choose things based on emotions sometimes, so I think he's just keeping me safe.
I appreciate that. It's good to have someone thoughtful like that in your life.
Yeah. We spoke on love during our conversation too.
We did.
Sorry. I was curious what it meant to you, since I answered.
Xander appears somewhat distracted, and after a couple of seconds, he turns his gaze back to Louie. I suppose there are a lot of potential answers, and to be honest, when we had that conversation, I was planning on answering with the same thing you were. But I also think love is like the waves.
The waves?
Yes. Like the tides. It ebbs and it flows, but despite its gentleness, it is reliable, dependable, inexorable. It is always there if you know where to look for it. It pushes and pulls. It can be deeper at times, sometimes more shallow. And despite how gentle it is when you wade into the shoals, it also has the power to erode foundations, weather rock, and even turn things into dust. It is something very basic and fundamental, and yet it often brings unexpected things to shore. But most importantly, it persists, even when other things have long since faded.
That's a very beautiful sentiment.
Thank you. I imagine that does not match your personal experiences, though.
No. No, it doesn't. I have had a familial love for my sister.
Yes.
But I have never been in love in the romantic sense. But there was someone I was infatuated with when I was little. She taught me how to appreciate the color purple. Something I didn't really have control over.
I see.
But I knew she only saw me as a friend, and I was fine with that. But I think that's the closest thing to ever feeling perhaps a droplet of what I imagine it might feel like. But I wouldn't know.
When you experience it for the first time, you'll know.
I would like to one day.
You will.
It's very straight to the point of you.
Well, I feel like you are often in the habit of making decisive statements about the future, and I figured that if it's something that you want, then it'll happen. He's gonna crack a little bit of a smile and say, though potentially a little bit later than it might have originally because you turned down the wishing star. And he'll like give Louie a wink.
Louie's just making a very confused expression. What? That doesn't make any sense.
I think it makes perfect sense.
And I didn't turn it down, I just said not yet.
That's true.
So, I mean, I still don't understand how that involves love at all, though.
Well, it is a star, and traditionally, I believe some people make wishes on stars.
Yeah. They do. Have you ever met a star?
Very fascinating question.
I have my reasons. He makes a nervous smile as if he's not even sure how to explain himself on that one.
Yes, I suppose I have.
How?
Well, like, one always meets a star. It falls from the sky and lands on the ground.
Louie is giving Xander a peculiar expression, sort of like... Well, to basically explain, his expression says, "What do you know?"
Xander's gonna smirk, and he stares straight ahead.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me, Xander, more than you asked before?
Oh, I suppose I have a lot of questions, but I'm not sure which questions you would be willing to answer or would potentially take offense to or would rather not discuss.
His jaw sets as he thinks about it. I mean, if I don't want to answer a question, I'll just say I'm not going to answer it.
I suppose so, but it would just be a shame since you seem to be in a relatively good mood right now, and I would hate for a question to spoil that.
I see. Okay. How do you feel about, or rather, do you understand what I say when I say pretty words?
I imagine that I do.
Okay. May I ask why you were publicly humiliating me before?
Publicly humiliating?
Yes, at the bakery with the chair saying the smartest person had to be at the head of the table.
I was not aware that this would humiliate you, and I am very sorry for causing you humiliation.
It wasn't on purpose.
I said the words on purpose, but my intention was not to humiliate.
I believe others took it as you making fun of me as well.
I'm not sure how the others took it.
And Louie looks up at the sky and has one hand perched at his belt, the other sort of moving back and forth on his neck. I knew someone who publicly liked to use pretty words that made them stand out and be liked, but underneath every word was control, assessment, and diversion. And they had quite the skill at making me seem a fool in front of others, but was able to laugh it off, make it seem like a joke, make it seem like I was in the wrong somehow in front of others, and it made life very lonely. And I just can't do that again.
Xander will turn to Louie, and he's got a slight downturn to his lips. I'm very sorry if those words made you recall a difficult time in your life and a person that you would rather not think about. Was not my intention to humiliate you or make you relive something like that.
I'm not mad at you. I didn't understand the action.
It would be alright if you were mad at me,
Why?
because intentions only matter so much. You can try to do good things.
I wasn't mad, I was
and
hurt.
I know. I figured from your words. And I'm sorry for hurting you like that.
It's okay, I think. I don't think I'm very good at forgiving, so I'm sorry.
I don't believe that is a thing you need to be sorry for. And I don't know that I would agree with that, given my personal experience, at least from what I've seen in the past week or so.
What do you mean?
I have witnessed at least a dozen, if not more, situations in which various members of the group have said certain things that have clearly made you upset in some way. And while I don't presume to understand your emotional states, and while you may not have forgiven them in any kind of lasting sense, I also see moments in which you deal with them in a way that shows a sort of affection that I associate with, maybe forgiveness is the wrong word, but it seems like you want to forgive. Or want to be able to at some point.
He nods at the last statement. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate as that can be.
But you don't owe anyone your forgiveness. You don't ever have to forgive. There's no requirement to. It's not a moral failing if you don't forgive. If you were hurt, you have the right to never forgive someone. I just hope that, regardless, it does not become a burden for you.
I don't even know if I'd know that.
Perhaps not.
But I do know there's someone that I can never forgive. And I don't think I have to. I don't think I ever will. And I don't want to, so it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry.
Why?
Because if there's a person that you feel that strongly about, then clearly they must have hurt you very badly. And I suppose that I am sorry that you had to experience that.
That's not your fault. That... I don't know when that stops. Being experienced. It's how it is.
But it's not how it has to be.
I agree. I just don't know when it's going to stop.
That makes sense. I hope for your sake that it is sooner rather than later.
Me too, because it's as done as it can be, so... He just shrugs, kind of, in a sense, almost beside himself.
Louie, would you do me a favor?
Depends on what it is.
Let's switch sides.
What side is he walking on?
I assume that he would be walking on the right side of Louie. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, but that's not exactly my good magic hand.
Just for a moment is fine.
Okay. And he'll slow down his pace enough to where he can walk around Xander to switch to the other side.
Okay.
Is this okay?
Xander looks around slowly.
Louie just starts looking around too, like, oh, did he notice something? So he'll make a perception check just in case.
Sure.
Yeah, Louis, you're going to notice that Xander is definitely watching something. He keeps glancing away from you at odd times as if he's looking at something in the sky. But if you look, you see nothing but the stars.
And he keeps looking around and then at the ground and then at some point he just decides that he'll look at the street to make sure there's no one creeping up on the two.
After about a minute or two, he will stop looking around as much and focus his eyes ahead. But would you like to switch sides again so that your better magic hand is more easily usable?
Would you like to explain what the fuck just happened, or... Are you okay?
Sure. In what sense are you asking this question?
Head and heart. Or physically and mentally, I guess?
He's gonna reach his hand up and flex his fingers as he looks at his palm. I am currently weaker than I have been in recent memory, perhaps ever. And mentally, I believe I am doing well, enjoying my walk.
Oh. Um, do you... I don't know healing magic or anything, but, do you need a poultice or something? Something to relax your muscles?
I don't believe a poultice will help what is going on, though I appreciate the concern and the offer.
He shrugs. Just know a little bit of plant first aid stuff, you know?
Hmm.
But walk on whatever side you're more comfortable with, I guess?
Either side is fine. I was just testing something out. He's gonna say, and then he's gonna switch back to the original side.
Oh, okay. Did it work?
Yes, my hypothesis seems to be correct.
This is something you cannot share?
I can share it, but I'm not sure that it would make much sense to you.
Oh, okay. I mean, even if it doesn't make sense, I just like knowing things.
Oh, I see. I saw an apparition.
On one side of me and not the other?
Yes, until I switched sides.
Louie just looks behind him, just instinctively. Okay, cool, creepy, awesome. Can I ask a question?
You most certainly can, though I may not be able to answer you.
Is it a girl? The, apparition.
No,
No.
she's not with us. Not right now.
What?
She is not currently with us.
Xander, would you be able to tell who that is if it's my sister?
If I witness her, I will likely be able to determine that. I should be able to speak with her, so that is within my power. Though I cannot promise I will be in a place to see her at any point.
Okay. Fuck. But you don't know yet. Right?
I don't believe she is with us.
No, do you know if it's my sister or not?
I know that what I saw is not your sister.
Okay. 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 That would make so much of this not worth it. Okay. Sorry. I got scared.
Understandably.
Um, I haven't seen her since I was 12.
I'm really sorry about that, Louie. Family can be important.
One family member can be important to me. Though I suppose I don't particularly have much ill will for my grandparents.
Yes, I imagine that since you described your grandmother so fondly before.
She taught me how to bake. And she was really good at it.
What's your favorite thing to bake?
I'm not sure if I have a favorite thing, but I do like adding lavender to stuff.
I like lavender a lot.
It was the secret recipe of the family. But it had to be with things. If it's alone, it's just too much.
It can be a strong or overpowering flavor.
So, with strawberries, it was particularly nice. It was refreshing almost. And raspberries. Blueberries didn't really pair really well with it. I think a more subtle flavor that's not weak enough would be decent with lavender. Something that harmonizes with it. But you have to taste a lot of things to even get to the kind of flavor you want sometimes.
I imagine it requires a lot of tenacity to become good at baking.
Probably.
Is everything all right?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know.
Please, both of you make a perception check.
Yay, my favorite.
Also technically my favorite. Not gonna lie.
Definitely not my favorite. That was a lie. I'm sorry.
Why would you lie to me?
Well, luckily, as the two of you are walking through the streets and kind of lazily taking a loop around, there is footsteps that you can hear approaching from behind you. Only one pair of footsteps, but still footsteps. It's moving at a faster pace. Not running, but walking faster than a person would normally walk through the streets at night.
Louie just quietly starts to mumble under his breath, and some butterflies start floating in between his fingertips as he's just preparing a spell just in case.
Xander is also preparing, and what he's going to do is he's going to lean forward towards Louie, and he's going to say, I think you have something in your eye. He's going to kind of turn his face to blow, and he's going to try and see if he can see anything over Louie's shoulder.
Sure. So you look over toward Louie, and out of your peripheral vision, you can see someone walking up toward the two of you. They appear to be a human male, somewhere in their maybe late 20s, early 30s. They seem to be hunched over slightly. They're wearing a heavy cloak. And they're moving up as if to get close enough, you think, to maybe accost you or talk to you. It's not clear, but they're definitely moving toward the two of you.
Xander is going to step in front of, or I guess behind Louie,
Mm-hmm.
and turn to the figure.
Louie in turn will rotate his body and perch his arm next to Xander's, just sort of ready to blast forward if need be.
You turn and see this person, and as they approach you, you can finally see them in the lamplight a little bit better. And you can see that their skin is covered in a mild rash. Their hair is thin and patchy in places. They have scraggly and unkempt facial hair that looks like it could definitely use a brushing. And the figure is constantly licking their lips in a weird way. Hey, you wouldn't be interested in some purchases, would you? I got all kinds of stuff if you're on the market for it. I got ether glass, Black Lotus. I got some Fool's Rest. I even have some Muse. Starcrumb. You like Starcrumb? Everybody likes Starcrumb.
What's...
Could I do a check to see what ether glass, Starcrumb, and whatever the second one that wasn't Black Lotus was?
Fool's Rest.
Fool's Rest, yes.
Yeah, can I do a check too? What the fuck?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you guys can do checks on this. So this would be either a craft alchemy, if you have craft alchemy, or it'll be, I would say, knowledge arcana.
Okay.
Or knowledge nature for some of these. Because some of these are not natural. Some of these are created through magic. Some of them are created through various plants and things, and herbs.
Oh, I know 20'd!
Yay!
Yay!
Okay. Me. So Louie, you would know all of the arcane-based ones. So you're familiar with Muse,
Okay.
and you're familiar with Starcrumb.
Okay. And what is Starcrumb? Keni know what Muse is.
So Muse is it's like the little tab you put on your tongue, and it dissolves in your mouth, and you
feel better.
You get this intense sense of euphoria and creativity. Starcrumb is a fine powder. It's a little bit kind of grayish color. You snort it, and it gives you just the most marvelous series of hallucinations. And it lasts for hours, and it's just this sort of euphoric hallucinogen. So like you see beautiful waves of color and ribbons of light, and everything just feels great, and it lasts for hours. That's Starcrumb. You snort it. Then the other one was
Ether glass, I think.
Ether glass would be knowledge nature, and Fool's Rest would be knowledge nature as well. So Muse and Starcrumb are magical based. Ether glass, Black Lotus, and Fool's Rest are nature.
Damn.
So neither of you are super good on that one. A 14 and a 13 for the natures. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Louie, do you have a knowledge nature?
I do not have knowledge nature.
You do not have knowledge nature. Okay. In that case, Xander's the only one that could roll that with a 13. You've heard of these before. You know that they're drugs of some kind, but you don't know what they do exactly. So Ether Glass and Fool's Rest are a little less known. Now, you've heard of Black Lotus. It's famous enough. And you know that that's basically going to be just a kind of a strong narcotic drug that sort of dulls the mind and senses and makes you feel euphoric for a time.
I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with a couple of these. Could you tell me about the properties of ether glass? And
Sure. Properties of it. I mean, it takes away all your pain. I mean, that's for sure. You use the ether glass and you aren't going to feel bad for hours. There's nothing that could hurt you. So it makes you just immune to hurt. You're not gonna feel bad at all. It's gonna feel great.
Gonna sense motive that.
He's definitely weird.
Okay.
Your sense motive's enough to tell you that this guy certainly probably uses a fair number of his own items that he sells. But he seems to have a weird way of describing it. So maybe he's just not that good of a salesman, perhaps.
Sure.
And Louie, you get the same sense that this guy is not lying so much as he's maybe just not good at describing what it does.
Sure.
Louie is going to tug on the cloth on Xander's arm and just look up at him, and then he'll gesture his finger down to request him to lean down.
He will lean forward.
And he'll just whisper in his ear what the star stuff does, at least, and Muse, because he knows those two.
Okay. Xander will turn back. Which of your wares are you most fond of?
I mean, they're all good at their own thing. I mean, I guess it depends on how you're feeling. If you're ever feeling like down, Starcrumb's real good at that to make you feel great again. If you're ever hurt or you're feeling like just achy, use some ether glass. It'll perk you right up. If you're ever, needing to see the world for what it really is, you take a Muse. And if you ever need to have the best dreams you've ever had in your life, Fool's Rest. And then, if you just really want to have the best time of your life, Black Lotus.
Okay. What are your prices?
I mean, best in this district, at least.
Okay, give us a number.
So he'll explain some basic pricing for all of his goods, and it looks like most dosages are in the 1 to 5 gold piece range.
Drugs are cheap for adventurers.
Does that seem like...
Muse is 10 gold.
Yeah, does that seem like reasonable pricing for drugs, or does it seem like...
It seems a little on the cheap side, actually. He does seem to have a pretty low cost for all these goods. So you think that he's maybe selling these for half to, in some cases, almost a tenth of what you would think of as being about the price of some of these drugs.
Would you mind if I inspect before we purchase?
Oh, you want to try one first? Sure.
No. I just want to look at it.
You want me to do one? I can show you that they work.
No, just physically. I just want to see the physical item. No one's doing drugs.
Oh, which one you want to see?
And he looks up at Xander.
I'd like to see all of them, honestly.
Okay. Just let's get out of the main street here in case one of the coppers come by.
Louie gives Xander a face of like, if we die, this is your fault.
It's not a problem. I know how to make them turn and run, but yes, we can move into an alley.
All right. And he'll walk into the nearest alley, and as soon as he gets inside, he'll turn around. So he's only about 4 or 5 feet into the alleyway, and he stops and turns around and starts rooting around inside his cloak.
Louie's just instinctively
Xander
keeping
is ready
watch.
to, just in case.
So he pulls out and he lays on his hand a couple of items. One of them is a tab of Muse. One of them is a little stick that's, you believe, probably the ether glass. One of them appears to be this kind of tiny little bit of powder. And there's all sort of displayed out on his hand. It says, here. And I got more of each of them. This is just a little bit.
Is there a way to inspect it to see if they're legitimate or if he's just trying to sell us like oregano?
Lookalikes? Be selling you lookalikes? Well, you only really know about the arcane drugs.
Yeah.
Well, so I would say with your roll before of being
Nat 20.
you're very well aware of what Muse looks like.
Yes.
And this is exactly looks correct. This looks like a tablet of Muse. If it's a fake, it's an incredibly good fake.
Okay.
Would you like to cast Detect Magic?
Oh, yeah. That would be great, actually. Thank you.
Okay. So you cast Detect Magic, and you spook him a little bit, but luckily he's seen this a couple times, so he just wasn't expecting it.
Just little butterflies fly and like kiss each item.
So as you cast Detect Magic, you do detect that the Muse and the Star Crumb do have auras. So the two arcane drugs are magical.
Louie just turns to Xander and gives thumbs up and then looks around again, keeping watch.
Okay.
And like I said, I got the best prices in this whole district, so
How do you manage to keep your prices so low?
I got a really good supplier.
All right. Do you ever need help?
I mean, with what? With like selling? I mean,
Indeed.
if I ever need help, I usually just, take a little bit of something, probably the Star Crumb. Sometimes the Black Lotus, when you're really having a bad day.
Yeah, I imagine. Do you mind if I do one last inspection?
Sure. Yeah. What do you have in mind? I mean, do you want to try like a partial dosage?
He's gonna tap the center of his forehead, and he's going to cast Identify and touch the Muse.
Okay. You cast Identify and touch the Muse. Please make a spellcraft check with a +10 bonus.
Okay. That is going to be a 30.
Well, Xander, you have just identified one tablet of Muse.
Excellent. He's gonna nod. Very good quality. And then he's going to touch the Star Crumb, and he's going to cast Identify again.
Okay. That will be a spellcraft with a +10 modifier.
Okay. Spellcraft +10. That's a 26.
Nice.
That is one partial dosage of Star Crumb. So they do appear to be legit.
Okay. Everything looks to be in order. I think I will take... You said they were from 1 to 5 gold pieces?
Yeah, the harder stuff is 5 gold, the lighter stuff is 1 gold. So like the Fool's Rest is like 2, the Muse is 1, the Ether Glass and Star Crumb are probably 4, and the Black Lotus is 5.
Okay.
Something like that.
So,
yeah.
So the Muse is 1.
Yep. 1 gold piece per tab.
I'm gonna drop like 50 gold pieces here. I'd like.
I don't know if he has that much on him, but he'll have you can buy a fair amount. Yeah.
Okay. I would like 5 doses of Muse.
Okay. He puts the stuff back and starts counting out specific amounts that you're asking for.
I'd like 3 doses of Black Lotus, 3 doses of Ether Glass, 5 doses of Fool's Rest, and
yeah.
5 doses of Star Crumb, please.
All right, let me do some math
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Louie
you
at this point is not looking, and he is instead staring at Xander with his jaw dropped.
All right, you said it was 5 doses of Muse.
Yes, 5
Plus.
doses of Muse. And then, you know what? Let's say 5 doses of everything. If he's got
5 of
them.
everything? Okay, so
Let's
in that
make it
case,
easy.
Yeah, so 5, this is 15, and then 20 is 40, it's 40, and then plus 25. So that's like 80 gold,
Okay.
I think,
yeah.
if I did that right.
I'll drop 80.
So I may have done that wrong, but we'll just say 80 gold.
Sure.
So go ahead and add 5 doses of each of those drugs into your character's inventory.
He's also going to add 1 as like a tip.
Aw, look at you. You're a really good customer. Hey, if you ever need more, you just look me up. My name's Spider, and I keep this whole place supplied.
The whole town?
Well, this district.
Oh.
I get around a lot.
Are we still in East Town, by the way?
Yeah, you're currently in East Town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say, Spider,
Yeah.
you seem to be one of the friendliest and most knowledgeable, and clearly one of the most well-connected people that I've
Oh, I
met
I,
since
I
I
got
came
lots
here.
of friends. Everybody knows Spider.
Awesome. I was wondering, since you seem to patrol at night, have you seen anything odd lately?
You know what town you're in, right? It
Yeah.
gets real odd around here. It gets
Oh,
real
yeah?
odd. Oh yeah.
What are some of the
There's
strangest things you've seen?
I mean, I seen one of the murders. No one really believes me that I seen one of them, but I did. I seen one.
Tell me, what did you see?
I saw this woman. She was running, and at first I
Mhm.
thought maybe she's looking for Spider. Maybe she needs a muse to take the edge off or something, you know? So I started getting closer to see. And then I saw that there was this water coming out of her, and I thought people aren't supposed to leak water. So, what's that about? And I get closer, and it's not water. No. It turns out it was just maybe some like there's some ether glass that was still working its way out of my system. Turns out it was blood. So, yeah, and I followed it, and I followed the blood, and I saw this lady, and she was in this alleyway, and she was moving away from this thing that was right there next to her. And I tell you, maybe it was the drugs, but the thing had like two heads, like one side by side of each other, and one of them was wearing a crown, like a king, and the other one was crying, and I don't know what that means. But then that person like said something, but it sounded all weird and wrong. That might have been the Fool's Rest. Pretty sure I didn't dream it. But then they said some stuff, and then that person took out a knife out of thin air, like just grabbed it out of nothing, and then just right in, and then said some things, and I think I got closer because it thought maybe it was just like up in here and it wasn't actually happening, and maybe this lady was like sick or something, needed a pick me up. You never know. So I got a little closer to see what was going on, and then when I did, I heard a voice, and the voice said, "I'm sorry." And I thought that was the weirdest thing to say to somebody as you're stabbing them. And I thought, maybe I didn't make that up. Maybe this is real. Maybe Spider's in real danger here. So then I kind of reassessed the situation, and I got out of there.
Can I make a check to see if there's anything familiar about a two-headed thing with a crown
Same?
and a crying face?
Jesus.
No, I mean,
Why
yeah,
is this
yes,
Five
you
Nights
can-
at Freddy's bullshit?
none of that. None of that sounds at all realistic. So this guy's also like very obviously on
Obviously
a lot
on
of
drugs.
mind-altering substances,
Like all of them.
like all of them, all at the same time.
Oh
So
my
it's very
God.
possible that he's not what we would call a reliable narrator. But you're definitely welcome to make a couple checks here. So
Okay,
if you
okay.
want to make any of the kind of like monster lore checks, so the Dungeoneering, Arcana, Planes, any of that stuff to
Okay.
kind of see if anything jogs a memory.
Nat one on that Arcana.
That is a 20 for Arcana,
Yay!
17 for Dungeoneering,
Yep.
19 for local,
19 for local. So
19
for local,
planes, for nature. Yeah.
so for local, you've heard of like an Etten, which is like a two-headed giant,
Mm-hmm.
but nothing about his explanation sounded like it was a giant.
Okay.
So maybe it was like a small Etten or just a two-headed human, but that doesn't
Sure.
make a lot of sense.
Okay.
Nat 20 on religion, just in case.
Nat 20. Yeah. So it doesn't sound like anything undead. It's definitely weird. It doesn't sound like anything that makes a lot of sense. It could be some kind of aberration. So maybe with like your Dungeoneering of 17, perhaps it's some kind of mutant or aberration.
Okay.
But I mean, it's definitely sounds strange with one head wearing a crown and one head crying. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Can I ask if the heads appear to be human heads, or were they monstrous?
I mean, the crying head had hair. The crowned head didn't. It was bald. Yeah.
Do you mean like a king's crown or?
Yeah, like a king's crown.
Okay.
But there was like blood coming off of it.
Okay.
Like from
Yeah.
the top or from the
Where was the
touched
blood?
the head?
Like coming down from the crown.
I see.
Yeah, like a king with like a bloody crown. And he was like, trying to kill this person with a knife that he grabbed out of the air.
And the other head was seemingly
The other head was
sorry.
like crying, and I heard the words "I'm sorry," and I don't know what that mean. I don't know why someone would apologize to someone they were killing with a knife, but I mean, again, not to maybe oversell my story or anything. I may have still been on some things, so
Sure.
probably I wasn't exactly seeing straight.
What color was the hair, out of curiosity?
Rainbows?
Rainbows.
Uh-huh.
I see.
Mhm. Yeah, rainbows.
And if I could ask one more question,
Sure,
And-
yeah.
he is going to turn to Louie. Would you mind showing me some of your notes from earlier today?
Oh, yeah. And he takes out the loose leaf pages that he took from Lorenzo's notes and just hands them over to him.
Xander is going to flip it around so that the thorny circle is facing him. Does this look at all familiar to you?
He looks at it. I think I've seen that before, yeah.
Where have you seen it?
In a dream. I was
In a
I was
dream.
using Fool's Rest.
Yeah.
And yeah, you see all kinds of stuff when you do that. And I think I saw that in there. But I also saw mountains melting, and I saw a tree grow arms and legs and run away, and I also saw a bird with a hat. I saw lots of crazy stuff. Let me tell you.
On Fool's Rest.
Yeah. Oh, you got 5 of them doses. Just take one at a time. Don't ever listen to me. Look at me.
Yes.
Don't ever take more than one at a time. All right? Because then
Okay.
you're gonna go to sleep and you're never gonna wake up.
All right.
One.
Oh, okay. Got
All
it.
right.
Yes,
One.
sir.
Do
Yes,
you-
yes, sir.
You understand?
One.
Yes, sir.
One.
One.
Yes.
All right.
Have you
Take
ever
one,
had... Yes.
And then once you take it, you just follow that with some water, because you're gonna wake up and you're gonna have the driest throat of your life. So just take it, drink water. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Do you
Good.
do you normally
Good.
have dreams like that?
When you take,
Yeah.
yeah. When you take Fool's Rest, sure. You see
Do
all
you
kinds
normally-
of stuff.
See birds with hats?
No, do you?
In your dreams, when you do the
I see
drug.
lots of stuff in my dreams.
Okay. Good to know. When was this, by the way? Was this recent? A long time ago?
Oh, just a couple days ago. Yeah. That killing just a couple days ago.
And the dream as well?
Oh, dream was like maybe a week too.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. And that's
I think
a very strange story.
Time gets a little funny sometimes.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
sure it does.
Well, hey, what's your name?
Milo.
Frederick.
Milo. It's a pleasure to meet you. He wipes his hand on his cloak and holds it out to you. You're a mighty good customer, Milo. You ever need anything else, you come and see old Spider, and I'll get you hooked right up.
Of course, he's gonna give him a firm handshake. Can I see? Can I do a heal check to see how
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
doing physically, aside from being completely?
Yeah.
Drug
Of course.
the fuck up.
Yeah. That. Oh damn! My rolls are terrible. That's a 14.
A 14. Well, Xander, you can definitely tell that he is writing out the final stages of a couple different narcotics or a couple different drugs off of himself right now.
Yeah.
So he's not entirely high, but he's still a little affected. He's a little off.
Does he look
as
like
far
he
as
has any...
health,
Oh, yeah.
as far as health goes, like he doesn't look like he has any weird diseases. He doesn't look like he's injured in any way. He's probably addicted to quite a few of these substances, but that's about the only thing you could say that's probably of ill health, is he's probably suffering from addiction at the moment. But he's not. It's not physically destroying him yet, but given enough time and exposure to almost any of these, is going to have adverse reactions.
Yeah. Would you like to see a magic trick?
All right, sure.
He is going to touch his palm, and as he does, his palm is going to glow, and there is going to be a marking that is golden when it fades that looks like vaguely a bird with a hat.
Huh. It's like a chicken with a fedora.
Yeah, would you like one?
How much?
What do you think fair market value would be for something like that?
How long does it last, and how does it feel?
It tingles. And it lasts as long as I want it to, so could be permanent
Okay.
if you wanted. And it could be any shape that I can imagine, at least.
Okay.
Could be words.
Sure. All right. I'll take one of them birds and hats.
Okay.
And
Any specific bird?
He'll pull up his showing off like his arm. It's just right there is good. And
Okay.
He'll offer you 3 gold.
Sure. I will take the 3 gold, and Xander is going to reach out and tap his arm, and when he does, it will begin to glow with a faint golden light, and when it fades, there is a crow wearing a rice hat.
Wonderful. Crow with a rice hat. I was
Yes.
going to say either that or a toucan with a tricorn.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
no,
exactly.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
yeah,
the rice
Raven-
farmer hat. Yeah.
Yeah. Raven with a rice hat. It's good choice.
Mm-hmm.
He's enamored with it. Oh man, I got to show everybody this. Thanks, Milo, and thanks you too. Whatever your
Frederick.
name is. What?
Frederick.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Oh, well, if there's anything else you need from old Spider, you let me know.
Thanks.
Have a good night. And he
Yeah.
stumbles away into the alleyway, looking at his arm.
So that guy definitely saw the murderer.
That
Yeah.
definitely happened.
That definitely happened. Oh my god. That was so easy.
Yeah.
They're all fucking idiots.
Not the words that I would probably use, but you are not incorrect in your assessment.
Xander, that was so easy.
Yes.
That was... Louie seems to be processing a lot of emotions at once. Are you going to be doing those drugs?
Xander seems to bite his lip a little bit, which is something that you haven't seen him do before. I have never taken any sort of substance like this before. Like I said, I'm very careful about what I put in my body, but at the same time,
The dream one's been used on me before.
He looks at Louie.
He's not making eye contact.
Sorry to hear that.
Makes sense. The water thing now. You should definitely
I
drink
see.
water ahead of time.
Unfortunately, I think I don't really trust the others to be able to give an accurate description of what happens when they wake up on the other side.
He nods.
This is a phenomenally terrible idea.
It looks like Louie's fighting some sort of conversation in his head with himself, pretty much. I don't like doing things that prevents me from being in control. But if you're exceptionally afraid of that, and then as long as I can lock everything for my room, make sure nothing can happen to me. That way you don't have to.
I would hate to make you do that for me.
But you don't want to.
But you don't want to either, Louie.
But I've already experienced it once.
I suppose that is true, and I do suppose that your body is likely more capable of handling it than mine is in its current state. But
I'll do it. Okay?
are you sure?
Already said it.
Okay. I will have magic ready for when you wake up to flush it from your body.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll guard your door from the outside.
Thank you. I'm gonna
Just in
freeze
case.
the door, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay.
What if something happens while you're in there?
Burn it down.
I suppose that is true. I could do that. Sure.
What a weird life.
That it is.
Muse, I understand the effects of.
Okay.
So, usually artists use them. I'm not sure if anything he described sounded like Muse, other than perhaps just things looking a lot more fantastical. But then any of that could make things look more fantastical.
Yeah, I imagine.
I don't want to do that one. And he points at the Black Lotus. Is there any others that you think might be helpful in our investigation?
I think the muse will be helpful. The Fool's Rest will be helpful. The rest I don't know. And I think we can probably avoid. I was planning on giving some of the star crumb to Bro, actually.
Just promise me you're not gonna let Zulin get a hold of any of this?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Can I tell you something?
Of course.
The second day of travel, perhaps it was the third, I made the decision to spit out any sort of potion or substance that Zulin offered to me.
I mean, it does taste bad. I can't... There's more to that reason. Okay. Why?
It's just that I don't know the origins of the things that he creates, and he seems to relish in experimentation. Remember that conversation he had with Bro about male enhancement, one could say.
I'm not sure if I was nearby enough or even cared enough to listen.
He was suggesting that he could improve upon Bro or add features or functions or organs. And he did say that this was more of a long-term project and not something that he could do immediately. But that sort of experimentation is somewhat concerning, and I asked him about the provenance of the potions and injections he uses, and all he said was no animals were harmed in the making of these, which is a very strange answer that did not actually respond to the question.
He kind of does that, does he not?
He does.
Okay.
As I said, I'm very careful about what I put in my body, and so I would just rather know.
Well... and he gestures across the drugs. All this shit's fucked.
Thank you for your assessment, Doctor.
I bet you I'm a better doctor than he is.
I'm not so sure that he's a doctor at all, so likely.
I was trying to make a joke.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
It was funny.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Should we do this tonight?
That is the question.
Should we do a loop around a little bit at least, just to...
Yes,
Okay.
that's a good idea. Why don't we... Yes, why don't we head towards House Dupree?
Go through the park?
Yes, and then we'll make a loop back.
Alright. Sounds good. And he's pretty quiet during the walk. He presses the scars on his fingers in thought. Ask me a question.
What is one thing that you would like to tell me that you haven't gotten a chance to?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I can't think of anything specific. I'm sorry. May I
Oh,
turn
that's
the question
all right.
around to you?
Sure. Something that I want to tell you that I haven't gotten a chance to yet. I suppose there are several things that I could potentially tell you.
Go on.
I had a conversation with Stavik where we discussed his current situation, and I gave him a warning. I tested him to see if he was trustworthy or if he would potentially become a problem, knowing what we're likely going up against.
Okay.
He succeeded in some aspects. Ostrovik is not actually his last name.
Fucking knew it. you just see Louie have like almost a victory moment.
Mm-hmm.
Please continue.
Yes, from his discussion of nobles, it didn't really seem to make sense that he would be Stavik Ostrovik. So I do know his last name. However, he was very cagey about his answers, and some of them, frankly, confused me. I asked him about Owen, how he felt about the god, and also how he felt about his resurrection, potentially.
Oh. Okay.
I asked him what he would do if the Death Whisper cult, or whoever we were dealing with, had the only way to bring him back, and that the murders were connected to this. I asked him if this was the one way you would ever be able to contact your god again, if this was the one way your god could be brought back, would you allow that to happen, or would you consign your god to oblivion?
What did he say?
He said he would. He said that it was an abomination, that Owen wouldn't want anyone to die for him to be brought back, and that if bringing him back meant working with these cultists, he would consign his god to oblivion.
Kudos to him.
It was honestly a very shocking statement. He did mean it, though
He
I
doesn't
don't know if
understand
it's
what it
actually...
means.
Yes, he does not.
Hmm.
He certainly believes his words, though. And
I'm sure he does.
yes, and given his involvement with Cult of Owen, one could say he's already helped them plenty enough.
Louie sets his jaw and just makes a clicking noise with his tongue in irritation.
Yes. He never really answered the question about which documents he helped translate.
Well, at least we know it's in that book.
Indeed. I also looked at his soul.
I'm sorry, what?
I looked at his soul.
You can do that?
My magic involves resonating with souls, so yes, I can.
I just wasn't actually sure if he would have a soul, to be honest. Huh. But, very impressive. How does that even work?
I suppose it... He asked me to look into his eyes, and so I did. And obviously there was really nothing in those sockets. And I asked him to look into my eyes, and he did. And I saw his state of existence, I suppose. It's hard to describe. I felt the journey that he had been through, in a sense.
Was it painful?
Yes.
Well, I do feel sorry for him.
I feel sorry for him as well, which is why I would like to release him from his curse.
All right.
But I need to make sure that he deserves the kind of release that
You can give?
I want to give him. I can give several kinds of release.
I'm glad you're wary.
I need to be.
My sentiments are very similar.
I believe that.
What do you know about oranges, Xander?
The citrus fruit.
Yes.
The skin is where most of the flavor is, as it contains the oil compounds. It is closely related to several other fruits. The citrus variety grows in Burgos. This is a good season for it.
Did you know that the Pergese use oranges to signify love, but also childhood? And sometimes I'm not sure what the phrase is translated, but eating oranges and feeling warm in the stomach is sometimes an expression of feeling butterflies. But there's also an instance where it can indicate pregnancy. It's a euphemism sometimes.
I wasn't aware of this pregnancy euphemistic
Pergeese are
usage
weird. It's near Proto,
The-
by the way.
that they are. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. What?
Are you asking or sharing that for the reasons that I believe you are?
I don't know. I just sort of wanted to tell you. Why do you think I'm saying it?
I suppose that we'll have to wait until you ask me next. What is one thing that I've been wanting to tell you, but haven't been able to yet?
Okay. Well, fun fact also about oranges is that it's at least speculation. I'm not so sure if the herb can actually or the plant can actually do this, but supposedly orange blossoms have also been used to prevent or stop pregnancies. It's very odd that all of it is so circular in its story.
I have actually heard of that use of orange blossom.
Oh. Then I suppose it's true.
At least it's been said.
So... what will you do with Stavik? Or are you just waiting to see what he'll do so you can figure out what you'll do?
I made him a blood oath.
Your blood?
Yes.
Obviously. Sorry. That was inappropriate to say. I'm sure he had something to add to it.
Not at all. I made him an oath that if he were to break his oaths, betray my trust, or even dream of it. He smiles a little bit at that. I would make him realize that his current condition was a, what did I say? Kindness compared to the curse that I would put on him.
It's a little devious, don't you think?
Is it?
The verbiage, at least. It's... I suppose the intent was to scare him a little, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And I don't know if he took it as seriously as I wanted him to.
I don't know if Stavik has a serious bone in his being.
Oh, I think he does. I think it just comes out at
The wrong times.
most fascinating times, is what I would say.
Like when experiencing a painting.
Yes. When experiencing a painting.
However, I feel as though a reaction was warranted. Just maybe not the reaction he had. Very strange man.
Most certainly, but I suppose a century of suffering can have those kinds of effects on people.
Most people are strange. It's
True.
alright. Century.
Yes. What do you
Alright.
make of... Oh,
No, tell me. Ask me.
I was going to ask you what you thought of the markings that we found on Tessa.
He looks... Whatever smile he did have on his face leaves. And he looks sad, mournful about it. They're the same as the one we have drawn from Lorenzo.
Yes.
There's something weird going on, obviously, and it's something that even I don't understand. I wish I did. I wish I knew enough so I could just say, this is why that's happening. But I don't. But I want to know. It just... Why Tessa specifically?
Well, the answer is she was the
First we
only...
found?
Oh, I suppose I misinterpreted your question.
Or what?
I
Question.
thought you were asking why was Tessa targeted specifically, but you meant why did I bring up Tessa
Yes.
in particular?
I don't know why Tessa was targeted. Do you?
I have thoughts, but nothing conclusive. The obvious answer is that she was the only person who was dead. But it is very strange that neither Penelope nor Lady Cassara, nor Tovers for that matter, though he doesn't often speak on his own, none of them made any mention of recognizing said markings.
They didn't go see the body.
Yes, but I described them. And I imagine anyone from Luciana would,
Oh, well, yeah.
especially one who
Is so
has-
interested in it.
yes, a vested interest in seeing the killer brought to justice. And gets reports from the Copper Brotherhood as well.
The supposed gang. But
You've seen a little bit of their work. What do you think?
I think most officials listen to whoever pays the most.
That
Their job is
I
coin.
believe is correct.
It's not to the people.
It's true.
Lackadaisy fucking assholes. He smiles.
It's interesting that they have changed their tune so quickly.
Yeah. Is it because she's back?
Likely. I believe I heard that some captain had said to route all of the things related to the investigation to us.
So what are they gonna
I'd be
do?
curious. Exactly what they were doing before, Louie.
I'm sorry, this is not exactly a... I understand Burgos through literature, but I'm still new here.
Oh, I meant nothing.
Oh,
They're gonna do nothing.
okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't like it, but I'm not surprised.
Hmm.
So... Do you have a favorite flower? In case anything happens, I would want to make sure to, flowers.
That's very sweet of you, Louie. I have flowers that I'm very fond of. Wisteria, perhaps.
I've read about them in books, but I've never seen them in person.
They're quite rare.
I imagine. What about them do you like?
The smell is very calming. It's soothing, familiar, sweet, but not too sweet. And yet, it's not sweet in a sugary sort of way, but there's a depth to it. A body, if you will, not unlike jasmine, perhaps. And I think that combination is very beautiful. And I suppose there's symbolic significance to wisterias as well, and I enjoy that sort of symbology.
I see.
What about yours?
The Posatilla vulgaris. It's a purple pasque flower. It's sort of rare. They tend to only grow around chalk, to be honest, or limestone. They're very beautiful. They're bell-shaped, deep purple petals, and they have a long yellow stamen center, and their leaves are sort of feathery shaped. There's not a lot of places they're found in, though. They can be used as a nervous system remedy.
Like a cure or remedy for anxiety or pain or
Anxiety, insomnia, nervousness, heart palpitations. It's usually for those who are vulnerable, I guess, or frail. If you need that.
Sure. It's fascinating. I will look more into it.
I'm also very fond of marigolds.
Marigolds.
Although I'm more familiar with marsh marigolds, but marigolds in general I do very much so like.
Is there a particular reason?
You see with his right hand, he starts playing with the hanging part of his belt, just kind of absent-mindedly. I think they have beautiful symbology to them. They're so different in meaning depending on the hue of the petals. So, yellow could be happy, joy, though the more orange-colored ones are love and romance, and the more reddish ones. No, wait, that's the more reddish ones. The orange ones are more positive energy and strong emotions. But marigolds are also a very good flower to give to someone who has lost love, or to celebrate someone who's passed on, that brought light into your life, or sunshine.
I see. It's very beautiful and poetic.
Some people also believe that it is a meaning to represent power and strength, and also the light that lives in someone. It's got so much of a multitude of meanings depending on the culture, so I find them very fascinating. In that instance, it could also symbolize despaired love, on the other hand, too, or loss, death, or a relationship. It's a fascinating flower.
Perhaps we can pass by a florist at some point and see if they have any.
Well, I'm not dead yet.
Well, I would certainly hope that you're not dead yet, but you did just say that they have a multitude of meanings.
True. Sorry, last time I saw them, I think I was 12. In excess, that is. After
I see.
my sister disappeared.
Would you like to talk more about that, Louie?
I don't really know what to say about it.
I suppose I'm wondering if the reason why you're adventuring has to do with that.
I would like to find her, if she's alive. I don't know. But I would like to try.
I'm sorry.
He shifts uncomfortably as he walks. You can see him trying to roll his shoulders back, but only one really has a good roll compared to the other. But she is not the reason I am adventuring. I am just hoping that perhaps in my travels I will be fortunate enough to see her again.
Well, you just have to take luck into your own hands then.
I don't think my luck is for me.
Just for others.
He shrugs.
Well then, perhaps you should just make a wish.
What if that's my only wish? What if I have more wishes and I'm afraid to use it?
Why would you be afraid to use it, Louie?
I want to make sure it's a good wish.
Is it not a good wish if it's something that would make you happy and bring you joy? I don't understand your definition of good.
I mean, would making this wish be the only wish I'm allowed in this world?
Why would it be?
I just worry.
I suppose. My question is, do you have so much that you desire that you would need more than one wish in order to achieve all of that?
Thematically so, I have 3 wishes.
Well, then you just need to find a genie.
But you see Louie tap the earring that he's put on his lapel that Xander gave him.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure it's used for a very good reason.
I imagine that if you decide to use a wish, it will be for a very good reason.
I just worry if I wished that I could find my sister. What if she's not? What if she didn't make her dreams come true? What if something bad happened? I don't know why she wouldn't come back for me. But she didn't.
I'm sorry, Louie. And I don't have the answers to those questions, but it does sound like you loved her very much, and from what you've said, it sounds like she loved you very much too, so I'm sure there's an explanation. It's just a matter of finding it. But I am curious, would you really rather not know?
I would want to know. And I would bring her marigolds either way.
Well, I'll tell you that I don't think you need to use a wish to find your sister.
Well, I figured I'd find her eventually, hopefully. That's why I wanted to go to Parthenae.
Because she's likely there.
There's a chance. It's got a decent art scene. I don't know where to look, but I have to keep trying.
Well, if my divinations can be useful, I will assist with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Perhaps after we catch this serial killer tomorrow, we can head on over to Parthenae. Just a quick hop and a skip.
I don't think our feet can take us that fast, but maybe if I was stronger, I could. There's gotta be spells that let you walk fast, right?
Yes. Probably also teleport or other things, I imagine.
Louis shrugs.
Or we could use Lady Dupree's teleportation service.
I don't want to think about the Duprees any more than I have to.
Why? Some of them were quite nice.
There's still I know it is not their fault to be born into nobility, but I don't know. It's hard to not have the flavor of bitter around such people.
I see. Even Alessandra?
She kind of scared me.
Oh? How so?
She was very, she was just a lot. I don't know. I feel like flirty people always kind of make me a little uncomfortable.
Like Clara.
I don't think she was flirty.
Are you certain about that, Louie?
I think she was just kind of nice. Why?
Well, it just seemed like she was completely mesmerized by you upon first meeting you. So I was just curious.
I just thought she needed some help.
Well, it did seem like she needed help, but she seemed to get lost in your eyes. Somehow. Multiple times, if I recall correctly. And I believe I am recalling correctly.
I w- I don't know.
Perhaps you have some sort of bewitching magical eyes.
And you see Louie with his right hand take something out of a pouch, and he just moves it, and you just see this like little square of mirror that he pulls out, and he looks at himself. Well, I'm not a vampire, so I don't think I have that skill or anything of mesmerization.
Well, unless you're a very, very powerful vampire with some different rules that you play by. Ooh, terrifying. Are you perhaps the cause of my blood loss earlier?
If I was the cause of your blood loss, I would have taken your blood and... Yeah,
Drank it? I wonder if that's what Zulon's doing with the...
That's so gross. Okay. Ugh. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I was trying to joke about it. It's too gross.
Perfectly all right.
Ugh. Anyways, and Louie will move back so that Xander can see him angling at himself. See? No invisibility person here. Just Louie.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, I could check your soul, and I would know if you were a vampire then, because you ostensibly wouldn't have one, but...
What do you mean by check my soul?
I mean, peer into it?
I'm not opposed to it. I just think, I should ask my mentor, I should ask Gemins if that's okay first.
Sure. Gemins.
Do you know him?
I don't imagine that I do, but if you would care to give me a description, I could tell you if I recognize that.
He's a man who's fairly tall. He has red hair, green eyes, kind of olive skin, I guess. I think that's a descriptor technically used. He's much taller than me. And, he's done a lot for me.
Yeah. That makes sense.
We sort of met because we have the same goal.
Oh. Fascinating. Would you care to elaborate?
And Louie kind of takes a deep breath and smiles. Well, we sort of want to make the world better. We want to make a utopia for people so that people like me can't be hurt anymore.
Can't be hurt.
Well, there's a lot of cruelness in the world.
Agreed.
And we just want to make it safer and better so that maybe I described that wrong. Things that happen to me don't happen to people.
I see. How would you go about making it so that people like you are safe from those things?
Well, first off, we're supposed to travel to as many towns as we can, avoiding perhaps the ones that are a bit more awful. And he does kind of a hand gesture when he says that. Find the good in them. Find what works. Bring all that information together and perhaps find a way to unite everyone. To help everyone. And it's not easy at all, but I think with enough research and tenacity, we can come together and be able to, at least somewhere, make a place better.
So, a place where the vulnerable would go, where they would be safe from the sorts of things that you have experienced in the past.
He nods. And that's sort of why we're not traveling alone. I mean, together. That's why we're traveling alone. We're able to cover more ground by not being together.
I see. That must be very lonely then.
He checks up on me. Usually every day. So it's okay. He says this, but it definitely looks like it's not okay.
Yeah. Well, I hope that you'll get to see him very soon.
I hope so. But I also can't learn if he's always doing things for me.
This is true. Well, you say that you're new to magic, but you've already learned quite a fair bit of magic that, in my understanding, a lot of wizards require decades, perhaps even lifetimes, to learn, and even then, they often hardly master. So, with that timeline, perhaps by the poetry slam, you'll be powerful enough to make your own wishes come true with magic.
Louie taps the star. I'm saving this one.
It's probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I've been speaking on myself a lot. I apologize for overwhelming the conversation.
I don't believe it was overwhelming.
Okay. I just worry that I'm too much.
I don't believe I have met anyone who I've thought of as too much, Louis, but if you are perchance the one individual on this planet who I, for some reason, have decided is too much, I will make sure that I let you know that I am a little overwhelmed.
I just wouldn't want to overwhelm you.
I don't believe you will overwhelm me, Louis.
Okay.
And at this point, we're probably walking through Ivy Park.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
beautiful time of night. Again, the stars are out. It's beautiful, calm, crisp evening. And I'll take a perception check from both of you as
Okay.
you stroll
Sure.
through the park at night.
Kachiga.
All right, cool. The two of you stroll through the park oblivious.
Perfect. It is interesting that we've had two people mention Ivy Park in the last 48 roughly hours.
Detlef, yes?
Yes.
And the painter.
Yes, Isabella.
Louis stops walking for a moment and just looks around at everything. I mean, it is kind of beautiful, though.
It is. Beardy, what sorts of flowers grow here?
In the Ivy Park,
Yes.
local wildflowers. They don't really plant anything out of the ordinary here, so you're going to get the local Burgosi wildlife in this place. It's in a way, it's almost a nature preserve in that respect. Now, it is somewhat manicured, but they didn't like plant exotic flowers here or anything imported. It's all native.
Question. Based on the drawing, would it be, I know it was very abstract, would it be possible to identify the rough area in which the killer was?
Yeah. So in the picture, the view was actually from the northeast looking to the southwest. The library was actually in the background of the image. So it would have been, from the northeast looking to the southwest across this eastern side of the park.
Okay.
So if you had to guess, you would think that Isabella probably set up her easel somewhere on the street on the northeastern side of the park and painted it from there. if it was like a direct painting, if it wasn't just done from memory, I guess. But
Okay. So if it
the
was
image,
okay, sure.
yeah, the image of the library is clear in the back of the painting.
Okay. And then would the killer be on the west side or closer to the northeast side?
Would have been over on the left side of the painting,
Okay.
so probably somewhere to the east of the library. So if you're looking at the library
Xander.
from the northeast, to its left would be to the library's east.
Sure. Xander is going to turn to Louie. Would you mind if we check out the spot where the killer was in the painting? Roughly.
No, I don't mind.
Okay. Xander is going to walk and try to approximate the general area where it might have been painted.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be a little tough because it is such an impressionistic kind of painting.
Sure.
But you walk around and you think you're in kind of the ballpark of it.
Okay.
You get close enough that you can look around and kind of get an idea
Sure.
of where you think that is roughly going to have been.
Do I see
It's-
anything symbol wise?
It's a grassy field.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's not a
Louis-
whole lot.
Trying to
Mhm.
look in the direction that the person was looking in the painting.
Mm-hmm. They were looking right at the viewer,
Mm-hmm.
so it would have been right toward wherever Isabella was painting, which would have been in the northeast.
Yeah, he's just
Part
trying
of-
to see if, if he squints or something,
Mm-hmm.
if there's
some clue
anything
reveals.
weird.
Yeah, no. Sorry, no. You don't see a flamingo with a bowler.
Damn.
No. Nothing like that.
Xander's gonna look around. Are there any people at this time of night?
It's getting. I mean, it's gotten a little bit later at this point. It's probably closer to 11 or 11:30,
Mhm.
and there are still people out, but just very few. I mean, it's a big enough city that there's going to be people out at all hours.
Mhm.
So I think there's still people out now because a lot of the drinking establishments are still open. They typically don't close until after midnight. So there's still a nightlife in the town, even with all the murders. There's still a nightlife in the town.
Sure.
You got to give it to them for their resilience.
Yes. In that case, Xander is going to take out his halberd, which was wrapped up in silk like it usually is. He's going to take it out and he's going to point it at the ground in just a spot nearby. And he's going to try and carve the symbol as faithfully as he can just into the ground in a random spot.
Okay. You walked up to a certain random spot of the ground. What do you want to carve with?
Just the edge of my halberd.
Of your halberd. Okay, so you take your halberd out, point it down, and start scratching this kind of disjointed circle into the floor, or into the ground, the dirt and grass of the park.
Okay. And then, if, there isn't some, hellfire that shoots up out of the ground and incinerates him immediately, what he's going to do is he's going to reach into his pouch and he's going to pull out a small container. It seems to be a glass bottle with a black stopper with gold trimming on it, and he's going to open it and he's going to slowly pour a little bit of it into the indentation in the ground where the symbol is.
Okay.
Louis, you would probably immediately smell wisteria. And then he'll stopper it, put it back in his pouch.
Okay. So you pour that on the symbol that you just carved into the ground, and now the symbol smells of wisteria.
Wonderful. And then he will just turn and keep walking.
Louie
Okay.
stares at the symbol, stares at Xander, stares back at it, and then follows after him. May I ask what that was?
That was some wisteria scented oil and the jagged symbol that we have been seeing everywhere in Luciana, he says with a smirk.
May I ask why?
Oh, sure. I thought that since the killer seemed to enjoy conversing with us so much and leaving presents, I figured that I would leave a gift as well.
Do you think
Perhaps
that's a
they'll
smart
respond.
idea?
I don't think that the killer wants to hurt us. At least, not right now. At least not yet.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
Well, it is interesting that right around the time that we went to bed at the cod on the first night is when the first killing likely happened.
Yes. First?
Or when I suppose, the first time in recent Luciana history, at least, sometime that there has been a marking on one of the bodies. There were only, I believe, 4 in the temple, and then 2 that we found.
I
So
see.
it's interesting that the night that we came back, they reappeared.
He's just nodding quietly. And eventually his pace will match Xander's, but I imagine he was walking behind him for a little while.
Sure. Yes, Louie?
I'm not really sure what to say. It's unfortunate, nonetheless, that any person gets hurt.
I agree.
I'm just
I will.
hoping eventually, hopefully, people won't have to get hurt anymore. If we do this right.
I would like that a lot. I think we'll make our way out of the park, unless there's anything else Louie wants to do in there.
No. He would like to be out of the park personally.
Sure.
You left the creepy symbol. He doesn't want to be around that shit. No, thank you.
I did. Do you mind heading in the direction of House Dupree?
I already agreed to that, didn't I?
That's true. I just wanted to check that you hadn't changed your mind.
No, I'm fine. We
Alright.
can go.
Sure. I'll head in
And
that
where would-
direction.
Where would you like to head?
In the vicinity of House Dupree.
All right. So you make your way across the park to the north and enter the northern section of East Town, which is mostly populated by these very large mansions and villas that sort of dominate this part of town. This is definitely the rich side of town. And as you enter it, you find a couple of things. One, it is more well lit than the rest of the town. And two, there are a lot more Copper Brotherhood people on the streets and a lot fewer drunks.
Okay.
You're not going to find Spider up here.
Definitely not.
But you make your way up into the vicinity of House Dupree.
On the way there, could we actually stop by one of the coppers?
Sure, yeah. You find one of the Copper Brotherhood. Like they're on fairly regular intervals throughout this whole district. This part of the district, rather, the rich area.
He's gonna flash his badge.
Oh, what do you want?
I was just wondering if there were any disturbances in the area or any eventful things happening today.
No. As far as I am aware, none of the killings have happened up here. They all happen in the poorer parts of town.
Yes.
Street folk, things like that, getting caught up in that whole grisly business. I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel for the victims, of course, but you won't find much of that up here. Hasn't been a single death of anybody from a highborn family, as far as I'm aware.
What about what was it? The death at the opera house. Or the death nearby. Was there one? I can't remember.
The Copper Brotherhood member shrugs. Either feigning ignorance or legitimately not remembering or knowing.
Well, keep up the good work. Have a good rest of your night. And he'll just walk away.
All right. Louie, you get the sense that Copper Brotherhood member was probably telling the truth.
Okay.
So either they didn't recall or there hasn't been any issues up here.
As we move closer to the Dupree estate, Xander is not gonna like stand in front of it or anything, but from a little bit away, are like the lights on? What's going on?
This would be putting you closer to midnight, and I think at this point, the curtains have all been drawn across the building, so it's impossible to see inside. It doesn't look like there's a lot of light coming from inside the building. There, of course, the lamps on the street are well lit, so the building itself is illuminated, but you don't see illumination from any of the windows. So either it is darkened inside, or the curtains have been drawn, or both.
Sure.
So you get a sense that it's probably dormant at this time of night.
Xander looks satisfied and will just turn in a direction that the group... We're gonna still make that circle, I think, but he's gonna try to take a path that we didn't take so far. Yeah. It's a shame. I was going to visit them tonight, but
I think it seems a bit late, Xander.
I will take a perception check from the two of you.
Sure. Yes, I mean, I was going to visit them before I decided to go on this walk with you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Still oblivious. Excellent. All right. So the two of you continue. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary. So you're smiling. Nothing? Nothing at all?
Okay.
You're doing great.
Oh, okay. So...
Yes.
Was there something... As we're taking this new route, Louie, of course, is becoming a bit more heightened since it's unfamiliar. Is there something weird about the oranges that I spoke of not too long ago?
Something weird about it?
You said I had to ask you if there was something you wanted to tell me, if I wanted to know what your thoughts were after I'd brought that up?
Oh, nothing particularly weird about it.
Oh.
I just was thinking about it because of the orange scone.
It was
that
terrible. I mean, it was fine. It was a good scone, but oranges isn't the worst option. I just was thinking that because it's Burgos and oranges are kind of its thing, I just know some things about random things, mostly. I don't know why I know all these things. I mean, I do. I read them and I retain them, but I don't know why I want to tell them. It's just sometimes the words just want to come out of my mouth, I guess.
There's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate the information. It was very interesting. Perhaps Bro was concerned since he was worried about the book, what was it, sucking you off, that maybe he was concerned that you'd gotten pregnant.
I don't think that's possible, but weird thought.
Magic books do strange things. Who knows? Or perhaps he's secretly in love with you and is trying to confess, and he's going to give him a wink.
The most confused and unamused expression on Louie's face is just looking at Xander. What?
What's the matter?
I don't understand.
Oh, it was just a joke, Louie.
Oh. Where's the funny part?
I suppose I lost it somewhere.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you find it then.
He'll start looking at the ground in the area. Get down on his... He'll do a squat.
Louie just covers his mouth.
He'll sniff the air a couple times. Nope. Seems to be gone. And then he'll stand up and just keep walking.
Oh, I see. All right. So Xander was on the ground, looking?
Yes. And after a couple seconds, he stands back up, says, I seem to have lost it. And we'll keep heading in the direction he's heading.
Louie stands still where he was, covering his mouth. And then follows after.
Are you all right?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm fine. It was you're kind of funny.
I thought you just said that I wasn't funny.
I think you found it.
Oh. Good.
Nonetheless, I don't think Bastion feels that way about guys, so you don't have to worry.
Oh, I'm not worried necessarily about that.
Oh, okay. He shrugs.
Now, Clara, on the other hand.
What about her?
Oh, it was just... She seemed so... attached.
To Me.
to you. Yes.
Well, I'm sure it's just because I understood what she was going through.
You don't happen to have magical eyes or anything like that, do you, Louie?
I don't think so. My mom and my sister and my grandmother all have them.
I see. I see.
And then I think my grandma's dad must have had it too.
Okay. She just seemed to get lost in them when we first encountered her.
He looks confused. I'm not sure. I don't know why she would be.
Oh, that's why I assumed that perhaps you had magical eyes.
He reaches forward and tugs on the tool cloth that just kind of capes behind Xander.
Xander will stop and turn.
And of course, as he normally does, he does not make eye contact yet. I don't know how to tell that.
All right, I suppose I could detect magic or potentially try to look into your soul and hope I am not bewitched and suddenly become prone to making poor decisions.
I don't... Do you think that's possible?
I don't think that's very likely.
Oh. I feel like on the ladder, I should probably ask Gemins first.
Certainly.
But you're welcome to detect magic on me.
All right. He is going to put a finger to his forehead, open his eyes, and they will be glowing faintly, and he's going to look into Louie's eyes.
And he'll look up and make eye contact. Though he does look very uncomfortable about it.
I'm assuming that I don't see anything.
You're casting use to detect magic?
Mm-hmm.
Or
yes.
Okay. I guess the question is, Louie, do you have any magic items on your person?
Let me check. I might. I have a cloak of resistance on me. That would be my half cape.
So then you will detect magic, and as you focus that in, you will determine that there is a faint aura on Louie's cloak.
Okay. Xander is going to stare unblinking for about 30 or so seconds, and at some point it looks like his eyes are unfocused.
Okay.
Louie's trying to keep the eye contact, but boy, do his eyes flick away from time to time.
Prolonged eye contact. It's certainly uncomfortable, Louie, but yeah.
Crickets.
Mm-hmm. Crickets indeed.
And he after a while of waiting, which seems like an eternity to him,
I'm sure.
is going to just reach and just gently tap kind of the space where Xander's collar bone meets in the center. Just to see if that'll
He'll blink.
wake him up.
Yes, Louie?
You were gone?
No, I was just testing out whether prolonged eye contact with minimal blinking would activate some sort of hidden mesmerizing effect, but that seems to not be the case.
Oh, okay. That's good.
And perhaps it was just love at first sight for Clara.
I doubt that.
Probably not. I wonder how she's doing.
I don't know. I hope she's okay.
Me too. I hope she doesn't go looking for trouble.
I think trouble finds you in this fucking place.
That is true, unless you happen to be consuming a boatload of drugs and on a trip, in which case you find trouble, and trouble apparently loses you. So...
Louie just looks uncomfortable.
Please make perception checks again.
Oh my god.
I know. What am I doing?
Okay.
We'll get a nat 20 one of these days, kids.
One of these days, you guys will roll decent. Xander, you notice something. As the two of you are talking, you suddenly have the feeling that you are being watched, you're being observed. And as you, if you actually listen to that feeling and start to kind of look around to get a sense of where you're being watched from, you see a shadow move along the roof of one of the buildings nearby. Luckily, it's the moon is bright enough out, and there's enough stars that you can just catch this slight movement of a shadow.
Okay.
Can I look away now? Or are we still looking at each other?
I don't want you to turn around, Louie, but there is someone on the rooftop that appears to be following us. He's gonna say in a whisper.
He scratches the side of his face in thought. Where would you like to go? What do you want to do?
I'm honestly mostly curious about who it might be, so I feel like we can just continue our walk. Xander is going to try and take a path that, if possible, and I don't know if this is possible, would make it so that we are facing the direction that the person on the rooftop would have to walk, so that they'd be walking towards us.
Okay. So you basically, they're on...
I'm gonna do a loop, essentially.
Yeah, that's fine. So if you get to the end of the street, instead of taking a left or a right, if you just turned back around and came back the way you came, that would sort of put you in about the best position to see this person.
Okay. Xander is going to stop, and he's going to pat his pockets. And he's going to say, I think that I may have dropped something back there. Let's turn around, Louie.
Okay. It would
So you
be
make it to the...
unfortunate to lose anything in this town.
Yeah, you make it to the end of the street and then turn around and begin heading back east. Now House Dupree is ahead of you on the right, and the shadow is moving along the rooftops on that same side of the street. So you're moving sort of toward it, and it stops as you get closer.
Xander is going to kind of turn to Louie, and as we're approaching it, he's going to say, would you like to potentially return in the direction of our new place of business slash residence and potentially lead this person there? Would you like to try a gambit to figure out what they look like? Would you like to do neither of these things? Would you like to just make a break for it?
I could send a butterfly up there to illuminate him. Or her.
That is certainly an option.
Otherwise... And he starts flipping through his book. And then makes an annoyed face. And then just puts a little butterfly right next to it for a moment so he can look at it, actually. Let's see.
Xander's gonna laugh, just randomly.
Louis just looks up and snaps his book shut. What?
No, I was just reacting. So that it didn't seem like we were just standing, huddling, discussing.
What would be the least suspicious thing to do? And he, kind of moves his body around so where has his back towards wherever that person is and is in front of Xander now.
Mm-hmm.
Just so, in case Xander wants to look towards that area, it doesn't seem so weird.
I'd send that butterfly.
And he snaps, and producing kind of from his wrist up through the veins of his hand to his finger, blooms a dancing light of a butterfly, and it flies towards that direction.
Xander's gonna take a look.
All right, Sandy, you watch that butterfly as it takes off, flies over your shoulder. Flies behind rather. So it keeps going off in the direction you're looking, and as it gets up toward that rooftop where the shadow stopped, it's going to illuminate the area, and you see a person stand up and drawing a rapier with extreme speed, and then slashing through the butterfly light, cutting it in two, and causing it to dissipate. In that moment, you saw a person standing there on top of the building, wielding a shimmering rapier. The person looked to be a human female somewhere in their 20s. They were wearing some simple armor, stuff that allowed easy movement.
From the moonlight, does it seem like they're still there?
Yes.
Xander's gonna reach out a hand and wave.
They look. You see this rapier still in the hand of this person, and they hold it above their head and sort of wave the rapier back and forth as it sort of shakes and shimmers through the air. The blade is clearly enchanted.
Why are we waving? Why are you waving?
Xander is going to look at Louie. They're waving back. Perhaps we should call them down. Have a friendly little chat.
He pulls out something out of his component pouch for a moment. All right. Let's do this.
He's going to put his hands up in a gesture of non-violence. And then wave for them to come down.
Okay. This figure, this now mostly shadow again, is going to make its way to the edge of the building and grab onto what appears to be a downspout and rides it down like a pole almost. Slides down a downspout and lands on the grass and makes their way across someone's lawn
Louie is
vaulting.
going to position his body just next to Xander for now.
Mm-hmm. And they vault over the fence that is around this private lawn of one of these noble homes. And now that they're in the street and under the street lamps, they are clearly visible. And what you see is a vibrant and adventurous-looking young woman with a lithe, athletic frame. She has a rich chestnut hair, and it is tied back in a practical braid.
No one familiar.
Oh, no, you've seen this person before. She has sparkling, inquisitive hazel eyes.
I thought so.
And a nice complexion. You recognize her as Alessandra Dupree. She walks up, rapier still out. Oh, good evening.
Hello, miss.
Didn't expect you all to be back here. I thought you were supposed to be solving the murders.
We're looking around.
Yeah, but no one's been murdered up here. I mean, that's kind of what I'm counting on personally, but, just in case they reared their ugly heads, I was gonna, and she kind of playfully slashes her rapier through the air. I was gonna give them what for.
I think you'll be relatively disappointed if you stick to this area, but we have learned a lot
From up here?
from our patrol.
Okay. Well, I mean, did you find out who the murderer is? Do you closer to stopping it?
Definitely closer.
Great.
Louie's
Should I
body
tell
is
Mother?
slowly shifting behind Xander as the two are talking.
Yes.
She leans around and holds up her left hand, wiggles her fingers at you, gives you a smile. Hello.
Louie just gives the most uncomfortable smile back. Hello, miss.
What's wrong with him? She says that
He-
to Xander.
But there's nothing wrong with him. He just used a lot of his energy today, contributing
Oh.
to the investigation.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And
Well-
I'm not done yet, so I have to be careful.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't bite.
I don't believe that, miss.
She cocks her head to the side and says, what did Valentino tell you?
What?
What?
Excuse me?
Oh, you didn't know?
Oh,
I'm-
man.
Never mind.
Ugh.
So anyway, yeah, I was just, kind of patrolling the streets around the house, making sure that everything was safe.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, I know the Copper Brotherhood's out here, but like, come on. Are
Yeah.
they really gonna stop this?
No, they're not.
no.
Yeah, exactly. So I figured, she waves around the rapier again. Figured, I would, practice.
Have
Yeah.
you been training for a while?
Kind of. I mean, I've been sneaking out of the house for years at this point.
That I believe.
believe that.
So,
Mm.
I mean, the family, they are not the most observant when it comes to like watching my behavior. And I'm really kind of not all for this whole stodginess that everyone else seems to have around here. So I'd much rather just
No.
see the city and, make sure it's safe. And if that means that I have to do it myself with this, then so be it.
That's admirable. Do you usually stay in this area? Do you venture out?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly trying to like take on any of the gangs or anything. I'm not crazy. I'm not going on like a one-person crusade to fix the whole city or anything, but just in case the killer was, up here trying to prey on some, unfortunate, then I could show up and kind of give him what for. And she makes like a playful stabbing gesture with her rapier.
You know, I get the feeling that Killer probably wouldn't want to mess with someone like you.
Oh, thanks.
You want to know a secret?
Sure. What's up?
Our group took on 2 gangs last night.
Oh, so are you trying to clean up the whole city?
Maybe.
Mother would love that if that was the case, because then she could go to all her high society friends and brag to them endlessly about how House Dupree saved the city.
She picked just the right crop to bloom on such and such day.
She playfully sticks a finger down her throat.
Speaking of which, when did your mother come back?
Oh, just earlier today. She arrived through, one of the teleportation services.
I figured as much.
That makes more sense now. 3 weeks. My ass.
Apparently she was interested in making sure she had made a good investment.
Yes.
Typical noble talk.
Did you know that there was a victim who matched the description and general peculiarities of the victims here in Luciana back all the way near Kanya's?
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Was that before all the murders started happening here?
No, it was a week ago.
What?
Yeah.
So well, wait. If the murderer was killing people here and then also killing people up near Kanyas at the same time, then they must also have teleportation magic, right?
Probably. It's a good thing that your mom and Tovers were safe.
Maybe it's like a wizard killing people then.
There are no signs of magic anywhere on the bodies.
Oh. Maybe that's all part of the wizard's plan. Maybe the wizard uses magic to, instead of killing the people with the magic, what if the wizard just used the magic to make himself stronger and then killed people without magic?
A muscle wizard. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I think that's possible for sure.
Louie
Like a muscle wizard.
taps Xander's arm for a second and then just looks up at him.
He turns to Louie.
Just reminds me, hats and such. Avians.
Oh, yes. Indeed it does. So, a muscle wizard.
Yeah,
That's...
like a wizard who would use their own magic to make themselves really strong, so then they could kill someone without using magic, so then nobody would look at a wizard, because they'd all think, oh, it's obviously not a wizard, right?
Yeah. Do you know any powerful wizards in Luciana?
I mean, there's a bunch, sure. I don't know them personally or anything, no. But there's plenty around. I mean, a lot of them work for the city. Then there's ones that have private businesses. There's wizards for hire kind of thing, and then there's also just folks that have magic. I mean, there's plenty of people that make a living building stuff. And she holds up the rapier like this.
That's true.
Enchanters.
Yes. Would you be interested in perhaps taking a more active role in defending the city and taking on the murderer?
She thinks about that for a second and looks a little bit unsure of herself. I mean, I'm not exactly sure if I'm cut out for tracking to anybody down, but I was thinking like, if I happen to run into him up here in this part of the town, I'd
Give him a what
scare him
for?
off, or like, yeah, give him what
Yeah.
for, and she stabs the air again,
Mm.
like that, right? But
Precisely.
I mean, I don't know if like, what do you have in mind? I guess.
Oh, I was just thinking that you seem raring to go and very capable of handling yourself. I was just thinking if we perhaps figured out who the murderer was and, were in a position to maybe have a dramatic, tense showdown, you might want a piece of the pie, so to speak. Participate in an epic takedown of said murderer.
I mean, it might be fun. Would Val be there?
He would most certainly be there.
Count me in.
Do you like his tattoos?
She gets like kind of this big smile that spreads across her face. Yeah.
Hmm. The Perineum symbol is in a very fascinating location.
He's actually a lot stronger than he looks too.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, he seemed to have a really good time today. So I'm sure he would love to spend more time solving crimes.
Well, I mean, if it helps the city, and yeah, I'm cool for that. Sure.
Yeah.
What do you need from me?
Not much. Just maybe keep an eye on things in the area, see if there's anything suspect going on. Perhaps we can hang out, exchange information every once in a while. Maybe Val will come along with us on a patrol one night, and he can be stationed in this part of town.
Ooh, a little night rendezvous. I like it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, is there anything else I can do for you tonight?
Anything that you can think of, Louie?
Oh, my mind is a complete blank, just how I like it to be at this very moment.
You're really
Wonderful.
funny.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Are your siblings asleep?
Probably. I mean, Lorenzo might be up, like, reading. But no, I mean, they're probably all asleep. I think Carmine's usually drunk himself to sleep by now. But yeah, no, the rest of them are probably all out. Why?
Okay. Oh, nothing. I was just gonna say, I wanted to stop by earlier because I had a present for Isabella, but if she's
Oh.
already asleep, then
Do you like Isabella, huh?
I wouldn't say that I dislike Isabella. I think she's very talented.
She looks at you with a raised eyebrow. Oh. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll tell Isabella that you were calling for her.
Yes, I was actually,
Miss.
and he reaches up and scratches his head. Oh, Louis?
Sorry.
What's up?
The term is a bit forward, don't you think?
Well, is that not what your intention is?
I was simply inspired by some of her works, and being a fellow artist, I thought, since she seemed to be having a little bit of difficulty with her paints, perhaps some paints from another locale where I'm from might be fun to experiment with.
That's a thoughtful gift. All right, I'll tell her that you were asking about her.
He
And
smiles
if
a
you
little
want to swing by sometime, I'm sure she'd be, happy to show you more of her paintings or whatever.
bit. He's gonna clear his throat and cough into his fist. That would be nice, I suppose.
Okay. Well, in that case, and she'll like flip around her rapier and slide it into its scabbard, and then she'll give like a very prim and proper curtsy with an invisible dress that she'll like pinch in the air. I bid you gentlemen a fine evening then.
Louie will do a practiced bow in return.
Xander will take his robes and he will do a curtsy, just like she did.
She's gonna laugh at that. Absolutely enjoying it. It's like, well, then I guess I'll see you two later then. And she'll
Catch you
turn
later.
and walk back toward the Dupree estate.
Louie makes a face for a moment after she's out of eye shot. Be careful with that term.
What term?
The calling on. Nobles are weird like that. I don't know if you are, but if your intention is not to be with her, I would not want that implied.
I see. Thank you for the warning, Louie.
Okay. I don't want to get decapitated by them. That would be great. And he starts walking off back towards the park.
Great. I guess we're gonna head back to the agency.
All right.
Yeah.
You head back toward the agency, and as you make your way back to your offices, the park is as beautiful as ever, even in the dim of the early morning. And in the wee morning hours, as you approach the building, you see sitting on top of the roof with their legs kind of hanging over the edge of the building. They're kind of absent-mindedly kicking them back and forth. You see sitting there holding in one hand a bottle of something is Bastion. He's enjoying the sights of the city, and is apparently has noticed your approach some time ago. But he's also not really hiding his presence, so you can see him easily as well.
Louie waves.
Hey, how was your walk?
I'm tired. How was your night?
I mean, I can't believe I'm a homeowner. Technically, kinda.
Sort of, maybe,
Soon.
contractually.
Yeah. Guess we're what, like leasees at this point or something?
Yeah.
I don't even know. But all I know is, if somebody tries to like, evict me from this place, they gotta like prove it or something in court, and they've never had to
Squatters'
do that
rights.
before. So that's cool.
Get up to anything fun?
He looks around, like he looks to the left, looks to the right. Ooh, me?
Yeah.
I mean, I've mostly just been sitting here thinking about life, like how weird it is that like suddenly here I am, like sitting on top of a building that like I kind of technically could possibly own a part of, which has really never happened before. So that's kind of neat. And like all the times that I thought I was gonna either like die or like starve to death or like die, nah, but like here I am.
Here you are.
Yeah. So we should like solve this murder thing. Kind of want to keep this thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
the plan was always to solve the murder thing, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I wouldn't worry too much about dying. we've got your back.
Hey, thanks. So, what'd you find in your walk? Anything fun?
Louie's mouth flattens, and he just remains quiet. But for a moment, his eyes do flick over at Xander, and then his pocket where he's holding all the drugs.
I'm gonna make a quick roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, hey, you two have a good night. And
No, hold on.
What's up? What's up, Xando?
I have something for you.
Okay. Sure. And he will look around a little bit, and he's gonna reach behind him, and then he's going to throw a length of rope down that is knotted to allow easy
Mhm.
climbing. I tied that up here onto a support, so it's secured. Figured to be an easy, nice thing to have. Like, we can just throw down a rope if we ever need to climb up here, and then once you get up here, you can like pull the rope up so nobody else can follow you.
That's a great idea.
Louie's
like a
just
little fort.
staring at the rope.
It's like a little fort on top of our house, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
We can call it the observation deck.
I could probably. Louie will attempt to climb. He is not confident in this endeavor.
Please make a climb check.
2.
All right, you make it up. It is a heavily knotted rope, so it's an incredibly easy check to make.
Sure.
But Louis, you are unable to get past like the first knot on it. So like you put your foot up in one of the knots, and you can't like, you just your arms turn to jelly.
He's looking at his right arm and sighs and just hops off of it, and then just sort of crosses his arms, and he's definitely sulking.
Bro, do you need...
How about you come down here?
All right, hold on. And he will crack his back, and he will lean forward and do a front roll off of the building in midair. And he will land poorly as he kind of splats on the ground. And as he does, he's still holding this bottle that's going to shatter on the street when he does that.
Oh, bastard.
And there's kind of this smacking thud noise as he hits the ground. And then there's a moment later, you hear like a stifled laugh from him.
Xander's gonna kneel down next to him.
I meant to do that. It's totally cool, guys.
Louie's going to...
He leans up, and you can see that he's got this pretty nasty cut on his eyebrow, but he's just got a big smile on his face.
Louie's going to gently take the end of his cloak and dab it on his cut.
Hey, stop. It's fine. I'll just rub dirt on it or something.
It could get an infection then.
Nah.
You want me to
What?
magically heal it?
Sure, yeah. I'll take some of that tingly touch thing.
Yeah, Xander raises an eyebrow. You know, they say that boo-boos heal best when you kiss them better. Would that be all right?
You know, I'm not going to complain. All right. And he'll kind of lean forward, bowing down a little bit.
Okay.
Put his forehead close to you.
He will lean forward, and he is going to kiss near to the injury, and he's going to use this.
Okay. Wonderful.
And he's going to get back 5 hit points.
Wonderful. All right. You do that, and that is going to cause the gash on his eyebrow to disappear, and he actually looks a little bit better as well after that. So he kind of stands up fully. Oh, man. That's awesome. That's really cool. So, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, yes, I had a gift for you.
Wait, what?
It's gonna
Oh,
reach
man, I
into
didn't get you
his
anything
pouch.
yet.
No, that's all right. Don't worry about it. And he is going to pull out the star crumb. He's gonna pull out a dose. Ever tried this?
When you pull out the Star Crumb container and show it to Bastion, his expression is going to change. He was like smiling and happy and kind of relaxed, and as soon as you pull that out, his affect is going to go flat immediately. You shouldn't mess around with that stuff.
Is everything okay?
It's not. I've seen that stuff mess up too many people. You really shouldn't mess with it. I mean, if you want to, like, that's on you, but like, don't. If you're gonna listen to anybody's advice, like, just don't use it.
All right. I am sorry.
I mean, I appreciate the thought and all that, but like, that's not me.
Okay.
I've seen too many people like get lost in that, you know.
Sure.
He kind of gets a little distant for a second.
Louie's going to reach forward and just give a gentle squeeze to Bastion's forearm.
How you doing, bro?
I didn't use keep watch.
You really should get some sleep.
I will.
Oh, he looks down at the shattered bottle and says, "Goodbye, booze."
We both lost something today, bud. And he just
Yeah.
pats him on the back.
So yeah, I can totally look and see if they have different kinds of scones, but like the only ones I could find were all orange. So
Burgos is a weird place.
I don't know, man. Burgos is like it is home, but like orange baked goods, it just has never been my thing.
It's neither been mine.
But hey, let's go home, he says, thumbing, like putting a thumb over his shoulder, pointing back toward the building.
Louie's gonna nod, and then he's going to snap, and a little butterfly will fly out of the snap and kind of swivel around the glass shards of the bottle, and he will mend it back together. I don't know if any of the alcohol stayed on any of the shards, but in the very least, there you go. And we didn't leave any glass on our front porch drive area thing.
Yeah, our front step. Yeah. Cool. Well, yeah. I'll dispose of that then, and yeah, let's get some shut eye.
Mhm.
And he'll turn and open up the door to the offices, and we'll walk inside, leaving the door open for the two of you.
Louie's just gonna look back at Xander.
Xander is staring at the ground, seemingly lost in thought.
Louie will cross his arms and wait.
And he'll turn back to Louie.
Shall we attempt?
Oh, you're still up for that.
I didn't use keep watch so that I could sleep.
Okay. Sure.
Unless you don't think it'll give us any information.
No, I think it will give us plenty of information. I just wasn't sure if you wanted to do it now, but okay.
The faster we solve this case, the faster I can leave Burgos.
Could you do me a favor, Louie?
It depends on what the favor is.
Before we try this, could you... And he is going to cup his hands in front of him. Could you do one of those. Create one of those butterflies for me.
Sure. And he, in between his two hands of frost, creates a butterfly. He kind of touches it to his face for a moment before he lets it go and lets it fly to Xander's hands.
Xander is. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say this little lighted butterfly. It's made of like little frost crystals, but it has this luminescence to it. Flutters over and lands in your cupped hands.
I'm just gonna lean down and just like look at it really close, and say, "Hello, little guy." And I'm just gonna pet it a little bit, and just wait until it melts.
Louie's watching with a tilted head.
Xander's just staring, just very, very intently and contemplatively at this butterfly until it melts.
Do you get anything from touching people?
Do I get anything from touching people?
You said your magic was sympathetic, yes? I
Yes.
know that you touch people a lot.
Do I touch people a lot, Louie?
You hugged Lorenzo, you touched Valentino's leg. I feel as though you're a very touchy person.
I see. I don't think I ever really thought of myself as particularly touchy, but it's sort of the Bergie's way, I think.
To touch.
Be physically affectionate, I suppose. But to answer your question, I suppose I could get things from touching other people in a magical sense, to be clear.
Yeah.
I could also give things by touching other people, but why do you ask?
I did not realize it was a Bergese thing. You just are very physical, it seems, so I was confused how familiar you were with every person.
Oh, it's not because I'm Berkey's that I do that, but it is, I think, a somewhat cultural thing.
He tilts his head back and forth. So it's because you're here that you are playing a part?
No, I'm not playing a part. I just have a lot of affection for people, and I tend to show my affection in many ways, some of which are physical, but I can also learn a lot about people from physical contact. So I suppose you are right in the sense that it can be useful. For example, with Lorenzo, I was performing a little test.
Can you impart on me your wisdom of such a test?
Yes, I wanted to feel what his intentions were. I wanted to see what was going on. And he's a very sweet boy.
That's good.
So, did you actually want to try that out today, or
Yeah, if it'll get us answers sooner.
Okay. I will support by being very far away, I suppose.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And he will gesture at the door.
Louie will enter behind him.
Cool. The two of you head back inside the offices, and from there, guess you go onto your separate chambers. Or
Yeah.
you stick together.
Louie will make it evident that he's drinking a lot of water at first.
Yeah.
Just to avoid worry. He drinks so much water that he just looks very uncomfortable by the end of it. And then he nods to Xander before going into his room. He locks
Xander will stay outside the door.
He locks it all. He will freeze the door. Put anything he needs to away. And he will lay down on the bed. And he will talk himself into doing this after a while.
Okay. And you're specifically going for the Fool's Rest?
Yes.
Okay. It appears to be a small tube of paper.
Okay, so you snuff it?
You smoke it.
Smoke it. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just light it from a candle, and then he'll lay back down. He'll prop pillows up behind him so that he can be sitting slightly while doing this, in the hopes that he'll sink down eventually and not fall out of bed. Actually, he's gonna like bro barrier himself into the bed, so there's like pillows on each side.
Build a pillow channel.
Yes. And so he doesn't have any risk of falling off said bed, hopefully. And he smokes the joint.
I mean, effectively, yeah.
Yeah.
So you smoke it, and as you smoke it, there's a peculiar thing that's going to happen. First, you note that the world begins to slow down around you, seemingly. Like, your perception of time seems to slow down. Like everything is becoming more and more in slow motion. And the second thing you notice is you feel suddenly at peace. You feel centered. And then you begin to slip away from consciousness. As you kind of, not that you like literally physically slip down, you just kind of, everything slows down to a point where you can see almost like motes of dust hanging perfectly still in the air in front of you. And everything feels calm and centered. And then your eyes feel incredibly heavy. And as your eyelids close, you are whisked away somewhere far deep into your subconscious. Louie.
Yes.
You are sleeping. Sort of. Not quite. You think you're sleeping. Your brain has begun to slowly shut things down and kind of compartmentalize data and organize things around in such a way that it's very similar to sleep. But what's happening is you find yourself in a fantastical place. Louie, you find yourself standing on the deck of a sailing ship. And you can see the ocean all around you. The wind on your face is warm, and it smells like It smells floral almost, the air here. It smells herbal and floral. It's definitely not sea air. The sea air, of course, is briny and salty and sharp. No, the air here is floral and fragrant, like a comfortable morning sitting in a nook, watching the morning birds in a garden. That is what this scent reminds you of. The sailing ship you're on is, of course, one of these small, very minimal crewed dinghy kind of sailing ships. The sort that people go out and have an afternoon on the bay. The kind that you recall from seeing from time to time during your travels and through your life. The space you're in is a bit strange. There are clouds in the air. They hang rather low in the sky, but they are fluffy. And I would say that they're white, but they're not. In fact, each cloud appears to be a different color. Some of them are pink, some of them are blue, some of them are green, some of them are yellow. And as they move across the sky, you realize that they're not wisps of water vapor. They are, in fact, made of spun sugar. And you feel like you could almost reach up and pluck some out of the sky and eat it if you wanted to.
He reaches up like he would to catch a star in hopes that it would fall down into his hands.
And you are greeted with a happy surprise there as that spun sugar cloud descends, and what looked like a massive fluffy cloud above you fits comfortably between your two hands. It's a big old pile of candy floss.
He'll start eating it as he walks around the deck of the ship.
You eat it, and what color did you grab? What flavor did you go for?
Let's see, was there a purple one?
Oh yeah.
He chose purple.
Okay, you chose a purple cloud. It has a delicious flavor to it. And as you make your way around the ship eating your purple cloud, you can see the ocean all around you. It's a weird color. The ocean is actually not a blue or a greenish color like you've seen the ocean. It's actually kind of a brownish color. And you, again, as you get to near the edge of the boat, you're hit with that floral scent again. And you see that you're probably sailing through some cold, frigid area because there's ice bobbing in the water all around you. These large, very square cubes of ice all around.
Have I ever read a place that had square cubes of ice?
No.
Okay.
No, you haven't. Nor have you ever heard of an ocean that smelled floral and was brown.
He's going to mage hand and try to have it like cup some of the water so that he can smell it and inspect it better.
Yeah. Sure. You cup the water with a mage hand and you drip it past your face back into the ocean, but get close enough that you can smell it. And you recognize the scent. It's so ingrained into you. This is your favorite tea blend. And you realize that those aren't ice at all. Those are sugar cubes floating in the tea.
Amazing. I will try to get my butterfly mage hand to pluck some of the sugar off of the sugar cubes to bring to me.
Yeah. You do just that. Bring yourself sugar.
And he licks it along with the candy floss. This bitch got such a sweet tooth.
It's true. He loves the sweets. So you enjoy a moment of eating sugar, as you float upon an ocean of tea in your happy little dinghy. And you hear a voice from behind you. So, where's the next destination, bro?
Louie's gonna turn and look at Bastion, confused.
Sorry, Sir Captain, bro. Where are we going?
That's Captain Louie to you.
Oh, sure, Captain Louie, bro. Where are we going? We'll set the course. Is that how this works? I think that's how this works. What's the course, your captainness, sir?
Anywhere and everywhere. I want to see it all.
Hey, you got it, bro. And he will grab the steering wheel of the ship and spin it as hard as he can.
And
the arm of the sail will swing over your head, and the ship suddenly changes direction.
Louie's going to instinctively go to grab some of the rope on the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Does his arm hurt at all when he does that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
There's no pain here.
Yeah, he's gonna be surprised at first, and then with kind of that notion, he's going to start climbing up the ropes until he can get to the crow's nest.
Mm-hmm.
Or close there is. I know this is a smaller vessel.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll get to the tippy top that he can, and he'll just hang off the side, holding onto the rope with his right hand. It feels right.
Yeah.
And he'll just enjoy the breeze of this floral scent. And he's going to almost, with gripping the rope, just let himself fall and just swing back down onto the deck. Almost kind of like an aerial acrobat energy is what he's kind of just enjoying every motion of this ship and the ocean and his ability to do whatever he wants, finally.
It's an idyllic moment. That's for sure. There is, in the distance, what sounds like a roll of thunder.
And as he's sort of landing on the deck once more, he looks back to the direction of the sound and starts walking upon the deck towards the direction.
Mm-hmm. You see, again in the distance, you hear another roll of thunder, and you can see that there is a bank of clouds, all of them rainbow or multi-hued, as they are sort of swelling and moving toward your dinghy from the horizon. There's just a big line of cloud moving toward you.
First Mate Bastion, what's that?
Appears to be a storm, Captain, sir. Your captainness.
I like that one. But will we be able to weather it?
Shall we turn into the storm, sir?
Why would we turn into the storm?
So that we get through it faster? Rather than it doesn't hit a broadside, right? Better to put nose in, isn't it?
Yes. That's correct, First Mate. Very good. And well educated.
Learn from the best, your captainness.
Full speed ahead.
And he turns the wheel, and the ship turns nose in toward the storm. And as you move closer to it, the clouds, which are still multi-hued, are definitely darker tones than the others. And you can see rolls of thunder, or for the rolls of lightning through the cloud bank, and this continual reverberation of thunder from it. The seas become slightly choppy as waves begin to move toward you from the storm, causing the entire ship to lurch up and down. Each time it does, it splashes tea up into the air, and again has this beautiful, wonderful floral herbish kind of scent to it. as it splatters, you can't help but maybe lick your hand or something.
Oh,
and taste the
absolutely.
tea. It's truly delicious. And especially with the extra sugar in the water. And as it becomes closer, you can see in the distance that the clouds have burst and there is some sort of liquid raining down from the clouds ahead. It's a real squall, sir.
She's a pouring after all.
So
Will you be able to make it?
His muffled yells from the from the steering wheel are barely audible among the continual drumbeat of the thunder. It's almost rhythmic. Sounds like a slow heartbeat.
I think Louie would start walking towards the front of the ship, not exactly cautiously, but almost with the sense of a curiosity of a cat, moving ever so delicately with each foot as he gets closer.
You move up to the front of the ship and still hanging onto it carefully as your ship is navigating the oncoming waves. And as you make your way, as the boat rather makes its way into the storm proper, you are struck by this wall of precipitation coming from the clouds. You can see it ahead, and you're moving into it very quickly. And as you crest a wave, you enter the precipitation, and you realize that it's not raining water, nor is it raining tea. You look at your hands as this liquid comes down, and it's actually kind of chilled. It's cool. And you realize this white liquid is raining across you, and you realize that it's raining milk.
Just what the tea needed.
Oh, it's one of them dairy storms, sir.
I don't think those are... No, it has to be real. Right? And he turns back to look where the steering wheel is.
You turn to look back, and Bastion is not there anymore.
Bastion?
You look around, and you're alone on the ship. The squall of milk continues all around you, soaking you to the bone almost.
He'll run to the steering wheel, the ship's wheel, and try to get him back on course.
Yeah, you grab hold and readjust the heading so that you don't get broadsided by a wave of tea, and you cut across a few of the waves again, and you think that the worst of the storm is behind you. The rains slow down slightly.
Bastion, are you out there?
There's
Anyone?
no response.
And he'll kind of set the ship's wheel so it keeps going forward since the storm is fading. And he's going to look overboard. He's going to, I guess, go into the ship if there's a place to go.
As you look overboard, there's no below decks.
Oh, okay.
It's a very simple
Very
ship.
simple. Okay.
As you look over the side of the ship, you see something move underneath the water. It's big. Bigger than your dinghy.
He's going to lift his hand to cast dancing lights and send one down just so he can get a better look.
You send the dancing light down into the sea, and this large moving thing under your ship suddenly moves up closer toward you, and the water itself, or the tea in this case, deforms and pushes up in this bubble almost next to the dinghy, causing the entire ship to list over hard one side and push it quite a distance. You have to hold on to something to prevent yourself from falling off the boat. And as it adjusts itself, you can see that breaching out of the water beside you is a truly massive whale.
Hello.
It breaches and goes up into the air just ever so slightly before it turns and lands on its side back into the tea and splashes everything in the area. The whale itself was no ordinary whale, however. Its texture was all wrong. It looked... Its texture and color was wrong. It was not like blue or gray like you've seen whales before. It almost looked sort of a light brown, and its skin texture was all sort of craggly. Like it was made of rock almost from a distance.
I don't think whales are normally made out of rocks. And he'll return to the starboard side of the ship to see if he could see anything else.
Sure. So you move back over to look, and you see that once again, coming up out of the deep, this whale breaches again, and this time stays at the top of the water, of the tea, and swims over closer to your boat to investigate it, curious as to what it looks like. And you can see that it is in fact not made of rock or stone. It looks similar in texture from a distance, but as it gets closer, you can see that what it actually is, it appears to be an enormous scone.
He chuckles and he holds his hand out. Hello, friend. Would you happen to know the best place to go? Neither do I. I've never found it. I'm still looking. But I know when I find it, everything's going to make sense.
Indeed. It swims up right next to your ship. It's within arm's reach. And it stays there.
He'll reach down and touch it.
It's warm, like it's fresh out of an oven. Would you like to take a piece of scone off and try it out?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. You pick a little piece of scone off of the whale.
Like it's picking a
And taste
barnacle
it.
off.
Yeah. And you taste it, and it's raspberry.
Finally. You are perfect.
The whale shoots water, well, some liquid out of its blowhole, and as it lands, it's more tea, of course.
And Louie sort of looks off into the distance ahead of him, wondering where he'll go. And he waves to the whale and then goes back to his steering wheel, his ship's wheel, and continues forth.
Sure. You spin the wheel and pull away from the whale and venture deeper into the oceans. You feel that something important was behind you. That you have this almost sickening realization that you missed something very important. Dread begins to creep into your mind. And as you look over your shoulder to see what was back there, you're no longer at sea. You're no longer on a dinghy. You're not sailing anymore. You come to, and everything is much grimmer, much darker, much grittier. You feel like you have been awake forever. Your back hurts. Your vertebrae are just all wrong. You need to stretch and crack your back so badly, but you have muscle fatigue all through your body. Like you've been holding a position for far too long. And as you rub your eyes and try to push the grogginess out of them, you realize you're back in your room.
Louie's going to stand up for a moment. And he's going to be flexing his hand to see if it feels normal or not.
No. Which hand? I'm assuming the
His
injured
right hand, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's injured.
He's unsure if he's asleep or not.
Yeah, you feel like you've gotten no rest at all. In fact, you feel quite fatigued. Louie.
Yeah.
You look around your room, and there you are. You are here. Feeling a little worse for the wear, but here.
He is going to stand up from his bed and move his hand open and closed in front of him, sort of in a confused manner, and then look around in general, and then slowly make his way to the door, pull down the ice, and start unlatching it slowly, though he's having a little bit of trouble coming back into the real world.
Mm-hmm. So my question to Xander is, if 6 hours have passed, where would you be?
Xander would be in the same spot. He wouldn't have put his back to the door, but he would be on the side of it, kind of like how he has always shown up and kind of rapped on the back of the door with his knuckles. So he'd probably be on the side of the door, cross-legged, just sitting there, meditating lightly / listening to see if there are any, screams of pain, etc. coming from inside.
Okay. Well, you hear the door unlatching.
Oh, and
If you're
unicing.
If you're awake during that period of time.
Okay. Xander will open up his eyes and stand. He'll probably take a couple of steps back just in case and prepare any healing spells if necessary.
And the final latch will go. And Louie just cautiously opens the door. Just looks around for a moment.
He'd probably spot Xander at this point because he's moved a good 5 to 7 feet away.
Is it you?
Yes. Is everything all right, Louie?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was you. And he'll open the door all the way.
Is it you?
And he looks at his right hand and he opens it and closes it. Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, that's a good start. What's something that you've told me that you haven't told the others? Feel free to message me if you don't want to say it out loud.
Louie just... He at first was, like, moving to, like, invite Xander in, and then he's like, oh no, that'd be stupid. You don't know if I'm me yet. And then he stops, and he conjures a little butterfly, and he whispers into it. And the butterfly flies over and perches onto Xander's shoulder and whispers in his ear that the last time I saw my sister, I was 12 years old.
Xander nods. Excellent. Shall we discuss?
Yeah. I think that would be good. Would you like to come in?
If you are inviting me, yes. Though I would warn you, if I was a vampire pretending to be Xander, you would have just given me access to your room.
Right.
He says with a smirk and walks in.
He stands there with the door open, and even though he's not looking at his hand, he's still opening and closing his right hand, and he just kind of gently just tosses the door forward to shut on its own. And then he'll put one latch on, and then he'll just follow after Xander. I think all of his candles by now have just melted to the bottom. How was your other rest of your night?
I just sat in front of your door and closed my eyes. So, relatively quiet.
That's good. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. How was your fool's rest?
If you look at Louie's bed, it's just covered in like pillows that pretty much were like rows to keep him in place while that was happening.
Actually, he's gonna like inspect Louie a little bit. He's not gonna get too close into his personal space, but he's gonna be looking for just basic signs of dehydration. Like, are his like lips super chapped? Anything like that?
Would you like to answer that, or shall I answer that for you?
I'll let you answer that. I have no fucking
Sure.
idea. Drug weird.
Yeah, make a heal check for me. But
Sure.
other than that, you take a look at old Louie here.
That is
Yeah.
going to be a 23.
Awesome. So Louis is definitely easily showing the signs of fatigue. Bloodshot eyes, a little bit of shakiness to his stance and movements. Overall, seeming a little bit weakened and tired. It's almost as if Louis has stayed up all night.
It seems like from the side effects that it took. Are you doing all right?
I could be better, but I'm mostly maybe sad it ended. I'm not
Oh,
fully sure. It was weird. Not as bad as the last one. And then he just stares at Xander.
so I suppose there are several questions I could ask here. Would you prefer to talk about the most current dream now before the memory of it fades? Would you like to talk
And
about the previous one?
Just kind of moves, and you see his body go from standing to just flopped on the bed, where he's just kind of on his side, and he's just pulling several pillows to his chest. Okay. Sit over at that chair or something.
Xander will make his way over to the chair and sit down, back straight, hands folded in his lap.
Okay. You're not allowed to make fun of me for this, okay? That's the rule of me telling you this.
I would not make fun of you for this, Louie. This is very serious.
Okay. We'll see. And he brings more pillows till, like, there's at least a couple that are just over his mouth. Not, like, covering it, but just so that he's kind of snuggled behind it, almost like a shield.
Mm-hmm.
So... Okay, so the dream started out where I was on a ship. It wasn't a giant ship, but it was a ship. I was on the ocean, and well, I could use my arm again, so that was nice. And while I was sort of gathering my bearings, I realized that the clouds were candy floss. So I took them out of the sky and ate them. And you just hear him smack his lips for a moment in thought as he speaks on this. And then I heard a voice. And when I turned around, it was Bastion, and he was calling me Captain, pretty much being Bastion. Nothing really weird about him other than that he's just a weird guy. And he was steering the ship. And I realized that I felt normal. So I started climbing up the ship's ropes and swung around for a while. And you see him, like, as he's talking, he starts moving his hand open and closed again. Just kind of in thoughtful reprieve of the moment. And... let's see. Well, everything smelled really good. It didn't smell like salt, like an ocean should. It smelled sweet. And there was ice flowing everywhere, but it wasn't ice. It was sugar cubes, and the ocean wasn't blue. It was brown, and it was tea. He looks like he gets embarrassed for a little bit. And then there was a storm on the horizon with a constant thundering, or maybe thumping noise. Like a drum, maybe. And Bastion said it was better to go into the storm than it was to let the storm catch up to us and hit us when we weren't prepared. So we turned the ship around and went into it. And when we got into the storm, the thumping just continued. It was consistent, like a ba-dump, 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 you know? And the rain that was coming down from the storm was milk. And when Bastion said something about how it was quite the storm, he gave it a stupid fucking name. God, this is a dumb dream. Anyways, when I turned around to talk to him, he was gone. And when I looked overboard, or maybe I kept going, At some point, I looked overboard, and there was a shadow underneath the water, and it came up, and it was larger than the small ship I was in, and it moved my ship away, and after it re-centered itself, it was it went back in and breached, and it was like a whale, and its texture, like the skin, was rocky but not rocky. Oh, right. And it eventually came back up, and it was actually made out of scone. And then I took its skin, and it wasn't skin, it was just a scone. And then I ate it, and it tasted right, like a scone should. It had raspberries. And he gets kind of distracted and like just starts touching his hands for a little bit. And then I decided to keep going, and then I woke up.
Xander is kind of playing with his braid over his shoulder a little bit as he considers the strain.
I know it's probably not very helpful.
Could you describe the ship for me?
Beardy, would you mind?
Describe which one again?
The ship.
Oh, it was like a small dinghy.
Okay.
So a very small sailing vessel, single mast in the middle, basically a steering wheel at the back, and there were a few ropes to hold some things together, but a very simple ship.
Okay. I know there was a ship in one of the paintings.
Mm-hmm.
Was the ship a dinghy as well?
No, it was a much larger ship.
Okay.
But yeah, there was a sailboat there. It's true.
Okay.
Just a pretty basic, couple people can work it kind of ship. I mean, I guess one person can, and I did, obviously, but I wouldn't recommend actually being on a ship with just one person. Even a small sailboat, it's not really a smart idea. You get hit by a boom, you're not coming
Generally
back
speaking,
up.
yes. You were the captain of this ship, correct?
Yes, that's what Bastion called me.
I see. It seems like this was a dream about Bastion.
But he disappeared.
Yes, but all of the elements of the dream relate to him.
What?
Candy floss, scone, tea.
I mean, that's just some of my favorite things.
Those are also all food items that he recently handed you.
Okay.
Perhaps dreams are often informed by our subconscious. Perhaps you have been thinking about Bastion, about the acts of kindness that he has shown you, or the things that he has given you lately.
Louie's just blinking at Xander, not in a not understanding way, but rather just trying to stay awake. I'm sorry it wasn't helpful.
No, I wouldn't say it wasn't helpful. It was certainly fascinating to listen to.
He moves the pillow farther over his face as he's sitting there. But you can see his ears getting red.
Beardy, could I do a sense motive just to see if there's anything that Louie hasn't been telling me about this dream?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course, welcome to roll that whenever you'd like. You get the sense that Louis is probably being forthright about everything.
Right. And you said it's been like 6 to 8 hours since?
Yeah. Oh yeah, about
Okay.
6 hours. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I would have been able to rest and recharge spells.
Mhm.
Xander is going to step up to Louis, and he is going to say, "You look rather ill-rested and like you're about to fall asleep. Would you like a little charge?"
He just reaches out his left arm for Xander.
Xander will put his hand close to Louis with his palm up.
He'll not exactly smack it, but just kind of flatten his palm against Xander's.
Okay. Xander will close his eyes and he'll begin murmuring under his breath. When he opens, his eyes are glowing, and about a quarter of a minute later, that same rush of flame is going to pass through Louis's body, energizing him. Just drop it for you, Beardy.
Go for it.
Okay. That's
All right. Cast that, and that's going to cause this incredible influx of energy for you, Louis. And you immediately feel like you just had a full night's sleep.
his palm will just slide off of Xander's as his arm just kind of goes limp as it falls back to the bed. Then he kind of blinks for a second and then immediately sits up, shoves the pillows away from him, and crosses his legs at his ankle and has his hands on his lap.
Xander smiles a little bit at that.
Anyways, that's all I remember happening. I didn't see a killer. I remember feeling like I missed something, though.
In the dream?
Like, I forgot something.
That happened.
No. Like, I was supposed to do something, maybe, or maybe there was something important. It might have been
Well,
because Bastion fell off the ship and I didn't go looking for him.
he fell off the ship?
Well, when I looked back, he wasn't there. And I can't remember if I kept going first or if I looked overboard first. I feel like I kept going, though, without him, and then thought to look for him. Which is weird.
That is a little bit strange.
I mean, the entire dream was strange, Xander.
I don't think so. Not necessarily.
No?
No, I am not necessarily an expert in dream analysis, but it seems relatively straightforward, at least from a storytelling, emotional perspective. A lot of things in dreams tend to represent our subconscious concerns or anxieties, and a lot of symbols present in dreams have consistent meanings even across cultures occasionally.
That makes sense.
So Bastion's presence in the dream as the only one of the party would seem to indicate some sort of preoccupation, concern, worry, interest. He is a new companion of yours, so not necessarily uncommon. You were in a ship. Now, generally, the sea, a ship, seems to be a symbol of passage, a journey, something that is potentially exciting, potentially nerve-wracking, somewhat dangerous. It's naturally
I wasn't
precarious. You weren't afraid.
afraid. No.
That makes sense. You ate the candy clouds. You saw the water, which was made of tea. You witnessed and ate the scone. These are all things that relaxed you, things that brought you some sort of comfort. You described the dream in quite a positive light, so it's not surprising that you weren't scared about this journey, even though you were traveling into the eye of the storm. Correct?
Correct.
Given that journeys, especially precarious ones, and storms tend to be about a sort of emotional passage, one might imagine that the storm could represent some sort of emotional turmoil on your part. The drum beat could potentially, if it doesn't represent something specific, be
Or
your heartbeat.
I was gonna say it almost sounded like that.
Precisely. And so
I wasn't afraid of the thunder.
you weren't, which is somewhat unusual because you had a reaction to the thunder back at the inn where we first met.
You see him fidget uncomfortably. Yeah. I don't particularly like loud noises like that.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense, Louie. And adding on to this, you were the master of the ship, were you not?
He smiles and nods. Yeah.
Captain Louie, so it was your vessel that you were leading into the storm, knowing that everything would be okay no matter what, and that you had to weather it rather than wait for it to catch up to you. Given that, it seems like this is a dream about facing some sort of inner turmoil or conflict or some sort of negative emotion by not trying to run from it, but actually taking it head on, is how a dream analyst would potentially interpret that.
He switches which ankle is over the other while he's sitting. Oh. I suppose that makes sense. And I do feel better now, thanks to you.
Oh.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Louie.
I don't think it's really gonna help with the whole murder aspect of things, though.
Perhaps not. Perhaps yes.
What do you mean?
Well, if dreams are some sort of reflection or projection of our subconsciouses, then perhaps exploring what is lying in yours will allow you to reach some sort of emotional clarity that could assist with the investigation.
Do you think I should do it again?
As in tonight, I suppose.
He shrugs and tilts his head to the side with a slight nod.
I think that that is certainly an option, though I would not want you to have to deal with that again. Obviously, the stream wasn't unpleasant, it seemed like, but who knows what will happen.
Nice. I wish I could have given you more.
No, that was interesting. Certainly.
You're not going to tell
And
anyone about this, right?
no, Louie, I will not tell anybody about your dream.
Okay, cool. That would be embarrassing.
Would it be?
I mean, it's a lot of sweets and stupid things that happened.
Why be embarrassed by things that you enjoy?
I just feel like it's all just a distraction from living up to what I should be.
And what is it that you should be, Louie?
Right?
You should be right.
Like, and he rolls his shoulders back as he talks, flicks his collar a little. Like, I want to feel right.
Yes.
Not in the factual sense.
I see.
I need to help people and be there for them. So I can't be distracted by those things.
Louie, if you're not okay, how could you help others? Isn't the best way to make sure that you can take care of others to make sure that you take care of yourself?
But they don't need to know that I'm doing that.
What's the problem with them knowing that?
Because I'd rather them just be happy without feeling like someone influenced their life. So it doesn't really matter, I feel like.
So you would like to help others, but as some sort of invisible benefactor?
Don't put it that way.
My apologies.
I'm just a man. And I'm just trying to create a better world.
Yes. And I think the world is better when you're able to enjoy things the same as you want people who you'd help to ostensibly be able to enjoy things.
He's looking at you not exactly like he disbelieves you, but that he's just having a hard time getting it. That feels way harder.
Yes, it probably is. But I imagine that it would be worth it.
Okay. Well, tonight, as he kind of looks outside the window, registering that the sun's up.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, we'll prepare you to do that, and I'll keep you safe, okay?
All right. I would request that you...
I can stay out of the room if that's something that bothers you. That's A-okay with me. Completely. I've got keep watch too, so you don't have to worry about me sleeping or anything. You don't have to worry about me.
It doesn't bother me that you might be in the same room. I'm simply concerned for you, just in case something happens.
What do you mean?
Well, these drugs generally work in a certain way, but as Zulin has said on occasion, medications may present all sorts of symptoms and produce all sorts of unexpected reactions. I just want to be sure that if you're in the same room and something strange does happen, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, what do we do?
It'll be fine.
He looks very unsure about that statement.
I believe those are your words, Louie. Were you lying to me when you said that it was all going to work out?
I mean... Oh, no, I wasn't lying then. But... If you haven't been feeling good or not as good as you've ever felt been, then is this even a smart idea? Are you just searching for answers in tea leaves?
Well, traditionally I don't use tea leaves for my divination, so I'd probably be searching for answers in a slightly different way, but I imagine that it would likely have to be one of us doing this, as Bastion has no interest in taking this substance.
He seems
I don't know
scared of
that
it.
Precisely. I wouldn't want Zulin to be the one to take it, and I don't even know if that is something that he would be capable of. Stavik clearly is a non-option, and Valentino has a creative imagination while sober, and so I'm sure he will have the most fantastical, interesting dream. I just don't know how fanciful his story will be. So it needs to be one of us, and clearly your subconscious has shown you something else. something that could potentially be related, but there are no direct links as far as I can tell.
Xander, taking these things, they're a lot, but also, like you said, it can be very dangerous, and if you've never done them before, how do I save you if I can't even get to you? We need a plan for that.
I suppose the hero will just have to keep me safe.
What the fuck does that mean?
Xander is going to look to his shoulder where the paper butterfly is threaded through his hair, and he's going to tilt his head slightly. Was this hero thing that you were doing, wasn't it supposed to keep people safe, Louie?
I mean, yes, but it's mostly for hope.
I see. Well, I have a lot of hope about the situation, or at least I did, until you suggested that maybe the hero wouldn't keep me safe. So now there's a little bit of doubt creeping in.
No, I was just thinking about the market area.
Yes.
It was a market area, right?
Yes.
You just made a comment that I just don't understand, and it's been bothering me is all.
What is bothering you about my comments, Louie?
Well, one, the only person I know that is at all, in my opinion, related to butterflies is my sister. So I worry something happened in between all this time, or there's something stalking me that I don't know.
I see. Something from your past?
The position of his ankles switch as one leg rotates over the other again. I don't think that would be the case if it was some invisible thing. Or, I mean, I'd be more worried about some sort of god bullshit, to be honest.
I see.
I don't think... What? You said something was watching over me. Does that mean something's scrying on me? What does that mean to you?
It's precisely as you told Rebecca at the farm, and as you told me. You said that there was a hero watching over us, and I simply said that it wasn't just the two of us, that you were being watched over as well.
He seems to just have an impossible ability to grasp this sentiment. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not calling you this, but it does sound a little crazy.
Louie, I believe you were the first person to hand a charm to an individual and say that it would make them feel better because they were being watched over by a hero. So if I'm crazy, then that would make two of us.
No, because I know my intentions.
And I know my intentions.
But I don't know
Louie.
yours.
That is true. But how does this relate to the hero again?
I just want to understand, and I don't.
Well, like I said, symbols are important. They are significant. And back on the road to Belmez, when others said that they were seeing apparitions or some ghosts, I saw it floating over your shoulder, and then again later.
So you're telling me something from Belmez is just following me?
No, it's not from Belmez, and technically, the first time I saw it around you was on the way there, outside of Belmez, outside of the cursed territory. Besides, as you've said yourself, it's also watching over Rebecca and me, and we are travel companions, so...
It's a story, Xander.
Yes, and were you not the one who said... What was it? Even fictional stories have some truth to them.
When? Did I say
believe
that?
that was... That, I believe, was... Depending on whether you count this as a new day, 2 nights ago or last night.
At the
At the
bakery?
benches. Yes.
You were listening?
I had walked over in that direction to do some stuff, and you had sat down.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's my own fault. Okay. Just whatever it is, just make sure it's not going to hurt me.
It's here to help, Louie.
You're so weird.
Under normal circumstances, I would probably just smile, but I feel like in this particular instance, I don't quite understand how this is any weirder than handing out the charms in the first place.
They're just supposed to make people feel good.
And they make me feel good. They have the intended effect. You said that you wanted to make the world a better place and you wanted to help people. You passed out these charms, and the result of that was Rebecca felt more comfortable and ended up going with Bruno in that situation, which had no conceivable happy ending otherwise, seemed to resolve itself quite well. I was feeling incredibly sick and drained, and you handed this to me, and it brought me some joy in a time of confusion and contributed to me feeling much better mentally and physically. I am slightly confused as to why, despite everything seeming to be working out, it seems as if you are displeased with this set of outcomes.
I don't understand it, and it scares me, of whatever it is or whatever it might mean. I just don't understand.
If it makes you feel any better, Louie, it likely has more to do with me than it has to do with you.
No, it didn't help. No, it didn't. That didn't help. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope.
I didn't imagine that it would, but
I'm sorry.
I don't believe I know why you're apologizing, Louie.
I got upset. I don't understand something. I'm just reeling.
You're allowed to be upset and uncomfortable and perhaps even scared if you feel that about things that you don't understand, Louie.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I mean that.
Okay.
I believe that is a very natural response.
Really?
Yes. People crave normalcy, they crave comfort, they crave safety, they crave control. These things are all tied to each other. And so, in a situation where you feel like things are outside of your control, that things are abnormal, when you have questions that you cannot answer and that you don't know how to answer, naturally you might feel trepidation, anxiety, perhaps even anger. But I believe that anger is usually secondary. Usually you're angry because you feel something else, not just for anger's sake.
And that's for every person?
Not necessarily everyone. People have different emotional capacities. People have different affects. There are different cultural understandings of emotion, I'm sure, but in general, it seems to be the case that when people are upset or angry, there is usually something else that is lying under the surface. People get angry when they're sad. People get angry when they feel like they've been betrayed. People get angry when they feel resentful, which is really just their boundaries being overstepped. People get angry when they're happy because they don't know what to do about that feeling. People get angry for a lot of reasons, and usually it is not simply about anger.
As Xander was talking, Louie slowly, I don't even think he realizes this, just leaned forward, just every few seconds he got more forward and forward and is sitting till his elbows are pretty much perched on his knees, and he's staring very intently at Xander. You get it.
I get it.
Was that an agreement or a question?
That was a question, but perhaps half rhetorical.
I don't think anyone's ever understood, except for Gemins. Even Jackie didn't really understand everything. I can't blame them, but this is nice. I think.
I'm glad.
Very peculiar. But that's good.
I see. I think I am starting to build a profile in my mind of these words with slight definition differences and what their nuances mean in the Louie language. Perhaps I should call it Louise. No, that sounds strange. Louish. No, that doesn't work either. It's a work in progress.
I don't think my last name's gonna help either.
What's your last name?
Freeman.
Hmm.
My name is Louie Freeman.
It has a nice ring to it,
Thank you.
but I'd rather not use your last name.
Why? It's mine.
Well, yes, it is your name, but if the last name is, I meant for the purposes of this language. If your last name was a part of the language name,
What does it
it could-
translate weird?
not necessarily. It's just simply if this is a language based off of you, and we used your last name as part of that language, perhaps there might be some confusion at some point.
Understood. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Well, at least we know what we're doing tonight, and you know what you can do during the day is figure out a good name for it.
Yes. Priority number 1, figure out a better name than Louise. Priority number 2, stop and catch the killer. Indeed.
Maybe stop and catch the killer should be tippy top.
But perhaps those two things are related. After all, the magical dream sequence that you had seemed to involve emotions, and Louie, Captain Louie even, so perhaps that is paramount to catching this killer.
He removes his elbows from his knees and leans back more comfortably in his sitting position. He's not really straight in sitting anymore. It's more relaxed. His shoulders aren't slumped, but they're slouched. He looks comfy. Well, I still think focusing on the whole murder aspect of things is gonna be more important, Xander.
If you insist, then I'm sure that you're right. And he smiles a little bit. His posture is still very As I described it before, Xander carries himself in a very clean, proper way. He stands up very straight generally. When he kneels down, his back is generally straight. There's something very proper about his posture, but it also doesn't seem necessarily uncomfortable for him or constricting.
Mm-hmm.
It just gives the impression that he might be made out of stone. There's something statuesque about it, but not necessarily uncomfortable. So even though his posture hasn't really changed, it doesn't really seem like he is putting on an affectation with the way that he is sitting. He seems perfectly comfortable, just like that.
You can keep saying captain if you want.
Captain, should I refer to you as that now, but only when it's just the two of us, so that I don't have to explain the
Yeah, that would be
context to
that would be
others?
weird if the others heard that.
Sure.
But I was just joking. You don't have to do anything like that. I'd rather you just
I mean,
do whatever you want to do.
understood, Captain. And he's gonna give Louie a salute.
It's quite easily evident that it looks like he's trying not to smile, but it's such a big smile at this point that there's no containing that for him.
Xander smirks.
When I get out of this country, I am getting on a boat.
That sounds like a good idea. In that case, I would recommend you stock up on candy clouds, scones, sugar cubes, just in case. You might want to corral Bastion, but tie some rope to his midsection
He
just
will
in case.
fall off, apparently.
Yes. And don't forget to throw the tea into the water before you set sail.
I suppose that way it smells the best.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps it was actually some sort of precognitive dream. It's just for when you leave this country. Perhaps it was just a sign that we're going to catch the killer
I hope
very
so.
soon.
In the meantime, though, I suppose technically I want to go to Parthenay, and taking a boat to get to Parthenay is a little foolish.
That is certainly not the most logical option.
But perhaps I can get to a port town where... Is paddle boating normal in Burgos? Is that a thing that even happens here?
I don't have a lot of experience on the water.
I wonder if canoeing or kayaking. In any case... Let's go sailing sometime.
That sounds nice, Captain.
Well, we've probably dawdled enough in this morning, though, so let's go get ready to catch a killer.
Yes, I have a feeling that today is going to be a particularly interesting day.
Interesting is probably the good word to use. Yeah.
Yes.
And he stands up and he holds out his left hand.
Xander will stand up and he will put out his left hand.
I was gonna help you up, but
Xander will sit back down in the chair, fold his hands in his lap, cross one leg over the other, brush his hair over his shoulder, then stand back up, and then, nope, that wasn't right either. And then he'll get back down one more time. You know, they say that the third time is the charm. And then he'll stick his hand out.
And Louie will take it, and his fingers kind of travel like they would go to his wrist, to Xander's wrist, and they stop. You can feel them hesitate on your skin, and then it's like his hand pulls back to go to the palm, and he attempts to help Xander get up, but he had no strength. It's very sad.
Xander will assist as much as he needs to with this pulling him upright.
His
there we go.
right hand briefly helps tug Xander up because he has a little bit of trouble.
You know, Louie, you might be right. It might not be a great idea for me to take that fool's rest. My legs were buckling under me just now.
What?
Didn't you see how many times I fell in that chair?
Is that falling?
Would you like me to demonstrate again?
No. I think you're just fine.
I see.
But if you're worried about your legs today, we don't tell Zulin.
That would probably be an excellent idea. I might just wake up and he'll have amputated them and replaced them with something else.
Bird feet.
Bird feet.
Bad joke.
That's an interesting mental picture. No, not at all.
I mean, if harpies were men, you would be a great harpy, I'm sure.
You know, you're probably right. You're probably right. In any case, shall we get going?
Yeah. And he'll quickly just kind of grab whatever he needs to. Obviously, he kind of just opened his door with what you saw last time, which is just his lavender shirt and his black pants. So he just kind of grabs all his stuff, throws it on really quickly, other than a couple of things that take him a little longer. But then he opens the door and just gestures for Xander to leave first.
Xander's going to reach into his pouch and he's going to pull a small ball out of it. It seems to be a plant that has been curled up with a small purple bloom just barely peeking out of it. He's going to hand it over to Louie.
What's this? Why this?
The
Tea?
last time... Yes, that is tea. The last time we went out on a long day of adventure, we accidentally or perhaps intentionally set off a chain reaction of events that led to us being stranded without food or drink for a little bit of time, and that has some restorative properties. If you drink it, it should not only make you feel a little bit better, but it should also heal you up slightly and sate your appetite and your thirst.
Thank you.
Notably, it smells like Xander's hair slightly.
It's a little weird, but alright. What kind of flower is flower? Is this a real flower?
Yes, that is a wisteria.
Oh. What kind of soil does this one need?
That one doesn't need soil at all.
Oh.
It grows on its own.
Lucky flower.
Hmm.
Tough.
Yes. Able to withstand anything.
Cool.
Even time. And he will turn and head out the door.
Louie will inspect it some more and then very gently put it somewhere safe and secure. And then he'll follow out.
And as the two of you step out of the room and make your way to the, the rest of the living space, that's when we'll be picking this up back in the main story.
Hell yeah.